also being told that a new election committee has been announced, and we are going to get the exact details of it. At this point of time, you have the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, Defence Minister, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, Home Minister, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Jagat Prakash Nadda, and the others who are part of the parliamentary board, including that of Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So the prior parliamentary board and the National Election Council have been disbanded as of now, and a new parliamentary board and a new election council is going to be announced within the next few minutes itself. So a new election committee and a new parliamentary board will be announced by the BJP National President. It was ever pending. It was supposed to happen at the beginning of 2022, but because of some or the other reason, it was delayed, and now it has been decided that it will be announced today itself within the next few minutes, the new BJP parliamentary board and also the new election committee of the BJP, which at this point of time, Niranjan, comprises of the BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda, the Prime Minister of India, the tallest leader of the BJP, is a part of the parliamentary board. Home Minister Amit Shah is a part. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is a part, and then so on and so forth. Nitin Gadkari is a part. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is a part. So now we need to see that who are the new inductees. We are being told that UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath could be inducted, and Shivraj Singh Chauhan. We are being told Sarbanand Sonowal has been given a position in the BJP parliamentary board. So yes, that's the news coming in, that Sarbanand Sonowal has been given a position in the BJP's parliamentary board. That's the new detail coming in. Niranjan.
The names once again, Aishwarya, we're just taking down the names and... Yediyurappa.
Yes, Yediyurappa, Sarbanand Sonowal, both have been inducted. K. Lakshman, Iqbal Singh. These are the new 4 names which we are being confirmed right now, that Sarbanand Sonowal, I repeat, Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been taken out of the parliamentary board. Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been removed. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been replaced by Sarbanand Sonowal. So Sarbanand Sonowal has been given the place. Yediyurappa has been given a place. We are being told Iqbal Singh Lalpura has been given a place. K. Lakshman has been given a place. Satyanarayan Jatia has been given a place. B.L. Santosh has been given a place. Yes, Senator.
I think we have the full list here. I have the full list. I'm just reading it out from the list. From the list here. B.L. Santosh, very senior leader. I think I think some of these decisions are being taken with keeping in mind the elections that are coming up in some of these states as well. Aishwarya, I'm quickly reading the names and I'm adding. Jagat Prakash Nadda, Narendra Modi, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah. I have it here. Okay, I'm just going to read out from the surface. The names are on the screen right now. Names are on the screen. I'm just going to read out. That's Jagat Prakash Nadda, that's JP Nadda, the first name. Narendra Modi, the second name. Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah. And I'm just going to take a snapshot of that. Okay, that's the new BJP parliamentary board. It's just been constituted. That's Nadda. And that's the PM Modi. And I'm just requesting my team to reduce the audio because I'm getting an echo here. This is Rajnath Singh. And that's Amit Shah. Yediyurappa. And then there's Sonowal. And Lakshman. That's the more or less the new team. Lalpura, Iqbal Singh Lalpura, I'm sorry, it's a little illegitimate. Mr. Lalpura is also now on the BJP parliamentary board. And Sudha Yadav. Sudha Yadav, that is Satyanarayan Jatia, and you have BL Santosh. BL Santosh as well. BL Santosh as well. So that's the new BJP parliamentary board. Significant. Okay, let me go back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, the fact that Yediyurappa and BL Santosh are there, I think both of them will have a huge role to play in the elections that are now going to come up in Karnataka.
In the list are
from 7 to 11. From 7 to 11.
National President Nitin Gadkari has been removed of the BJP parliamentary board. Point number 1. Point number 2, multiple time Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has also been removed. So these are the two big exclusions from the top body of the BJP. I repeat, Nitin Gadkari is no more a part of the BJP National Parliamentary Board. That is a very, very strong and a big decision. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, multiple time Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, present Chief Minister, Madhya Pradesh is also going to polls, but he has been removed of the BJP Parliamentary Board. The full list is at this point of time of 17, led by the BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Rajnath Singh, Amit Bhai Shah, B.S. Yediyurappa, Sarbanand Sonowal, Shri K. Lakshman, Iqbal Singh Lalpura, Srimati Sudha Yadav, Satyanarayan Jatia, and B.L. Santosh. Yes, inclusions are there of B.L. Santosh, Yediyurappa, Sarbanand Sonowal, K. Lakshman, Iqbal Singh Lalpura, Sudha Yadav, Satyanarayan Jatia. But the removal of, and I repeat, removal of Nitin Gadkari and Shivraj Singh Chauhan. One is one of the topmost cabinet ministers in the Prime Minister's cabinet, and second is the sitting Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, multiple time Chief Minister. So these two exclusions from the BJP Parliamentary Board are very, very significant. And the next list which is going to come is going to be of the National Election Committee. That is also the second in command body which decides the tickets of elections. So as you said, Niranjan, Karnataka elections are going to happen soon. We are going to see elections in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat. So that is also going to be very, very important. Normally, we see repetitiveness as far as the parliamentary board and then the election committee is concerned. So now we need to wait and watch that what is going to be. But at this point of time, the list is also there of the Central Election Committee. We are being told, and the Central Election Committee. And as I said, the list of the Central Election Committee is also there now with us. It includes 15 people, Niranjan. I've shared the list with you also. It is 15. Yes, it has the BJP National President. Yes, it has the Prime Minister. It has the Defence Minister. It has Home Minister. It has Yediyurappa, Sarbanand Sonowal, K. Lakshman, Iqbal Singh Lalpura, Sudha Yadav, Satyanarayan Jatia. Bhupendra Yadav has been added in it. Devendra Fadnavis has been added in it. Om Mathur has been added in it. B.L. Santosh is also there, and Srimati Vanti Srinivas is also there. So you have 11 in the BJP National Parliamentary Board, 15 in the new election committee. Nitin Gadkari does not get space in both. Shivraj Singh Chauhan does not get space in both. These are the two big exclusions. I repeat, the two big exclusions which are there from both of these lists, Niranjan. If you can go through both these lists, the BJP Parliamentary Board includes 11. The poll committee includes 15. Nitin Gadkari and Shivraj Singh Chauhan are absent from both these lists. Nitin Gadkari, one of the senior most leaders of the BJP Central Cabinet Minister. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, multiple time Chief Minister. He is Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh at present as well. So it is a message that Shivraj Singh Chauhan is no more a part of the BJP Parliamentary Board. And at this point of time, the new list of 15 of the BJP poll committee has come in. It has the 11 parliamentary board members, plus it has Devendra Fadnavis, Bhupendra Yadav, Om Mathur, and Srimati Vanti Srinivas. So the 4 add-ons in the election committee, the 11 are repeated. The complete parliamentary board has been taken over, and the 4 add-ons are Bhupendra Yadav, Devendra Fadnavis, Om Mathur, and Srimati Vanti Srinivas. I repeat, these are the 4 add-on leaders in the BJP's Central Election Committee list. Bhupendra Yadav, Devendra Fadnavis, Om Mathur, and Srimati Vanti Srinivas. So very, very clearly, we are being said that what is happening right now is that two senior leaders of the BJP have been replaced. One is the Central Minister, Nitin Gadkari, which is a very, very big decision taken by the BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda. And the next is the sitting Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, who was a part of the Parliamentary Board and the Election Committee. So he has been replaced from both, Nitin Gadkari as well. This is a very, very strong message which has been given by the BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda. He has added Iqbal Singh Lalpura. He has added Bhupendra Yadav. He has added the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. He has added Om Mathur, who comes from Rajasthan. Rajasthan is also going to polls. Srimati Vanti Srinivas, Sudha Yadav has also been added. So these are those names. A representation of different states, yes, but to replace Nitin Gadkari and sitting Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, a state which is going to polls in less than a year, is a very, very strong decision, and it must have happened after a lot of thought process. And I'm sure that both these two leaders must have been taken into confidence. But the replacement of Nitin Gadkari and Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been done from both these two. That is number one body, and the number two, that is Parliamentary Board, the most powerful body of the BJP according to their own internal constitution. And second is the Election Committee, the poll committee which decides tickets on every state. And that is why it makes it the second most powerful body within the BJP. And Nitin Gadkari and Shivraj Singh Chauhan does not get placed in both these bodies. I repeat, 11 members in the BJP Parliamentary Board, headed by the BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda. Number 2, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Number 3, Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister. Number 4, Home Minister Amit Shah. You have B.S. Yedurappa added. You have Sarbanan Sonowal added. You have K. Lakshman added. You have Iqbal Singh Lalpura added. You have Sudha Yadav added. You have Satyanarayan Jatia added. You have Bhupendra Yadav in the Election Committee. You have Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, in the Election Committee. You have Om Mathur as number 13 in the Election Committee. You have B.L. Santosh added in both Parliamentary Board and the Election Committee. You have Srimati Vanti Srinivas as number 15 in the Election Committee in Ranjan. So 11 in the Parliamentary Board, 15 in the new poll committee of the BJP. Back to you, Niranjan.
Is there a bigger trend? I'm going to take one question with you, and I'm handing it back to my colleague Samiksha. But is there a trend that you're seeing, or a message that the party is perhaps sending out with the new inductions and the removal of very top leaders? Gadkari is a very top leader, top minister, called a performing minister, and also Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Chief Minister. Madhya Pradesh will see election soon.
Decisions just cannot be taken erratically. A lot of thought process must have gone. Jagat Prakash Nadda must have consulted the Prime Minister, must have consulted the Home Minister, Defence Minister, and also communication must have happened, or some discussion with the sitting Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, because his state is also going to polls within the next maximum 10 to 12 months. Nitin Gadkari as well, because you just don't take such kind of massive decisions. Nitin Gadkari is still in the Modi cabinet, one of the senior most ministers in the Modi cabinet, number 4 or number 5. And then you have Shivraj Singh Chauhan being removed from both the lists. So it's a big decision which is being taken in. It's a very, very strong decision. Yes, but we are being told that these decisions have been taken in only and only after a lot of thought process. As you said, representation to Punjab, where BJP did not do well at all. From Haryana, which is going to poll. Karnataka is going to poll. Shivraj Singh Chauhan state is going to poll, but a very, very drastic decision taken there. So are we looking for another major decision there coming in from the state of Madhya Pradesh? So all of this we need to wait and watch for. But 11 new in the BJP Parliamentary Board and 15 in the poll bodies. These are the two top bodies of the BJP. Back to you, Niranjan.
Yes. Ishwarya, stay with us. Samiksha here. If you can talk to us more about Yedurappa, who's also been given a seat, a place in this Parliamentary Committee Board. How important is it for Yedurappa, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, having been given a seat in the Committee Board?
Very important. Well, it's very, very important. We need to see this is the BJP Parliamentary Board. This is the top body of the BJP according to their own internal constitution, and the BJP, the way in which they have taken this decision, the way in which they have removed Nitin Gadkari, gotten in B.S. Yedurappa, they have removed Shivraj Singh Chauhan, they have got Mr. Jatia, they have got Mr. Sudha Yadav, they have also got the other leaders. So very clearly what is happening right now is that BJP is taking drastic decisions. Yes, they have kept Rajnath Singh, but they have gotten Sarbanand Sonowal from the Northeast, who is already a cabinet minister. So Nitin Gadkari is being replaced by another cabinet minister, Sarbanand Sonowal. You have K. Lakshman getting in. You have at number 8, Mr. Iqbal Singh Lalpura coming in. At number 9, it is Srimati Sudha Yadav from Haryana. Haryana is also going to poll within the next 12 months. Then you have at number 10, Mr. Satyanarayan Jatia. Then you have B.L. Santosh. All of this is happening. And if you see the BJP Central Election Committee, you have Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. You have Bhupendra Yadav. You have Om Mathur. You have Shrimati Vanti Srinivas. So all of these are very senior leaders. But the replacement and Shivraj Singh Chauhan is in itself a very big decision taken by the BJP. Yes, back to you.
All right, Ishwarya, they're getting us all those details of the BJP PAL panel, the new panel which has been formed. 11 members are part of this. We have JP Nadda heading the committee. In fact, the other members include B.S. Yediyurappa, Sarbananda Sonowal, Sudha Yadav, B.L. Santosh, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, of course, JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, K. Lakshman, Satyanarayan Jatia and Iqbal Singh Lalpura, as well as Amit Shah in the Parliamentary Board Committee. We have R. Rajagopalan, senior journalist, also joining us. Sir, if I can get a quick perspective from you, the new PAL committee of the BJP that has been announced, we have, we seem to have lost that connection. We'll connect with him again, but that's the big breaking coming in. Remember, Gadkari and Shivraj have been removed from the new BJP parliamentary committee board that has been set up. So just a big reshuffle there ahead of some state polls, mega state elections that are all set to happen in a few months from now, as well as keeping the 2024 Lok Sabha polls in mind. So the leaders who are part of this BJP PAL committee include B.S. Yediyurappa, Sonowal, Subha Yadav, P.L. Santosh, Narendra Modi, JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, K. Lakshman, Satyanarayan Jatia, Iqbal Singh, Lalpura, Amit Shah as well. So 11-member committee, the new committee that has been formed, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Gadkari, they have been dropped from the BJP PAL committee board members. So a big reject there ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha polls, as well as the state elections that are all set to happen in several states, including Karnataka and Gujarat. So all eyes on the mega strategy that is also happening at this point, and keeping that in mind, the new BJP committee panel that has now been formed, which includes B.S. Yediyurappa as well, and as Ishwarya was telling us, B.S. Yediyurappa has been given a central seat when it comes to the BJP PAL committee board that has the new board that has now been formed. Gadkari and Shivraj, as I just mentioned, have been dropped from this list, so it's a new parliamentary board that has been set up. We'll go across to our reporters as well to get us the reactions coming in at this point, but a very significant move there, which involves Yediyurappa and Sonowal, who have now been included in this BJP PAL panel. So, in fact, not just that, the new Central Election Committee that has also been formed, which has 15 members, in which Shivraj, Gadkari and Shahnawaz have been removed. So, Shivraj and Gadkari, who have been removed from the new Central Election Committee board as well, that's been formed. So, the new parliamentary board that has been announced by the centre there, along with that, the new Central Election Committee that has also been formed, which includes 15 members. Yediyurappa there getting a spot in the new national board, so quite significant that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has been given a place when it comes to the new BJP PAL committee panel. So tracking closely all the updates coming in, a big reject there with respect to the 2024 Lok Sabha polls and also the state elections that are slated to be held in a few months from now. We have Ishwarya Kapoor back with us. Ishwarya, we were talking about how significant it is given that this has been taken keeping several state elections that are due, as well as of course the 2024 Lok Sabha polls.
Yeah, well, absolutely. This is said to be one of the most important decisions which have been taken in by the BJP. You have a complete revamp of the BJP top body That is the BJP parliamentary board. You have Nitin Gadkari replaced. You have Shivraj Singh Chauhan replaced. Shivraj Singh Chauhan makes it more important because Madhya Pradesh is going to polls within the next 12 to 14 months. But despite that, a very, very strong decision has been taken in this regard. Satyanarayan Jatia has been gotten. So very clearly, BJP is taking very, very strong decisions in this regard. You see at number 8, Minister Iqbal Singh Lalpura coming in. You see Ms. Sudha Yadav from Haryana coming in. So all of these are very, very strong decisions. They are senior leaders in themselves. But replacement of Shivraj Chauhan, replacement of Nitin Gadkari itself is something which was not expected. And hence I say that when these decisions are being taken in, it has happened after a lot of thought process, because removal of Nitin Gadkari from Parliamentary Board and the Central Election Committee is a massive decision in itself. And that's why when Devendra Fadnavis has been gotten into the Election Committee, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra also hails from Nagpur. So he has been given a place in the Central Election Committee. And hence, the 11 new members of the BJP Parliamentary Board, which is headed by the party president, Prime Minister is there, Home Minister is there, Defence Minister is there, but rest, over and beyond the top 4, the complete Parliamentary Board and the Election Committee has been revamped. And that in itself is a massive decision for the BJP, which is now completely and clearly in gear for 2024.
Well, absolutely, Ishwara, they're getting us all those details, telling us how crucial it is. A complete revamp there of the new parliamentary board as well as the new election committee. So that's the latest coming in. BJP announcing the new parliamentary board, which has 11 members to be precise. B.S. Yediyurappa, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, has also been given a place in this new BJP parliamentary panel. In fact, Gadkari and Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, have been dropped from the panel. So that's the full list that's been accessed by Republic as well. So latest details that are just coming in, and just to take our viewers through the details of this parliamentary BJP panel which has been formed, the new panel which has been formed. The members include B.S. Yediyurappa, Sarbananda Sonowal, Sudha Yadav, B.L. Santosh, Prime Minister, of course, Narendra Modi, J.P. Nadda will be heading it, Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, K. Lakshman, Satyanarayan Jatia, Iqbal Singh Lalpura, as well as the Home Minister, Amit Shah. So the 11-member BJP panel which has been formed as we speak, and not just that, that's the election committee panel that has also been formed along with that, which includes
थाना बेटा पे लिखा हुआ है, जिसमें क्या कहा हाई कोर्ट ने, मैं 2-3 लाइन पढ़ना चाहता हूं. Learned APP has submitted that on recovery of victim Rajiv Ranjan, he has given a statement under section 164 CRPC describing in detail the manner in which he was kidnapped, and he has fully described the role played by the petitioner. Petitioner कौन है? कार्तिकेय सिंह. मतलब कार्तिकेय सिंह ने इस अपहरण में क्या भूमिका निभाई, ये विक्टिम ने 164 यानी मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने इस बात को स्पष्ट किया. तो ये है आज से 5 साल पहले का आदेश. उनको सरेंडर करना चाहिए था, क्योंकि कोर्ट ने लास्ट में क्या कहा, सुनिए आप, द पेटिशनर इज डायरेक्टेड टू सरेंडर बिफोर द कोर्ट बिलो एंड मेक ए प्रेयर फॉर रेगुलर बेल. मतलब आप सरेंडर करिए, जेल के अंदर जाइए, गंभीर आरोप है, और आप बेल के लिए प्रेयर करिए. अब देखिए 5 साल बाद वो इसी केस के क्वॉशिंग के लिए आते हैं, और यहां पर भी हाईकोर्ट ने 7/7/2022 को उनके क्वॉशिंग एप्लीकेशन को रिजेक्ट कर दिया. और इसमें भी झूठ बोला गया कि 164 में हमारा नाम नहीं आया है, जबकि मैंने हाईकोर्ट के पुराने आदेश की प्रति दिखाई आपको, जिसमें लिखा हुआ है कि विक्टिम ने उनका नाम लिया है 164 में. उन्होंने सरेंडर क्यों नहीं किया? 5 साल हो गए. ये मैं फिर रिपीट करना चाहता हूं, 16/2/2017 का आदेश था. हाईकोर्ट ने कहा था कार्तिक सिंह, आपका अग्रिम जमानत की याचिका रिजेक्ट करते हैं, आप सरेंडर करिए. सरेंडर आपने क्यों नहीं किया? क्या मतलब है आपका? अब फिर देखिए क्वाशिंग में रिजेक्ट हो गया। अब इसके बाद जो सबसे बड़ी बात जो शर्मनाक है, निंदनीय है और एक स्कैंडल है, उसका मैं जिक्र आपके सामने करना चाहता हूं। जिनका एंटीसिपेटरी बेल 5 साल पहले रिजेक्ट हो गया हाई कोर्ट के द्वारा, तो ये एडिशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज 3rd दानापुर ने उनकी अग्रिम जमानत की याचिका क्यों इंटरटेन की? पहली बात, मेरे पास ये कॉपी भी है, मैंने आपके पढ़ने के लिए फेयर कॉपी रखा है। और क्या लिखते हैं? आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि उपरोक्त अग्रिम जमानत आवेदन संख्या में 12/8/22 के आदेश के द्वारा बिहटा कांड थाना संख्या 859 में अभियुक्त कार्तिकेय कुमार को 1/9/22 तक नो कोएर्सिव प्रदान किया जाता है। क्या मतलब है इसका? हाई कोर्ट ने आपका बेल रिजेक्ट कर दिया, एंटीसिपेटरी बेल, आपको सरेंडर करने को कहा, आपने 5 साल तक नहीं किया। हाई कोर्ट ने फिर आपका क्वाशिंग भी डिसमिस कर दिया। तो ये एक एडिशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज ने कैसे आपका एंटीसिपेटरी बेल इंटरटेन किया, ये मैं सवाल उठाना चाहता हूं। मुझे बताया गया है कि यह आदेश कोर्ट के साइट पर अवेलेबल नहीं है, लेकिन फिर मैं बड़ा सवाल उठाना चाहता हूं। नीतीश कुमार जी, आपके कानून मंत्री कोर्ट की प्रक्रिया से खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं। उनका एंटीसिपेटरी बेल पटना हाईकोर्ट के द्वारा 2017 के फरवरी में, आज से 5 साल पहले से अधिक, रिजेक्ट कर दिया गया। वो सरेंडर नहीं करते हैं। उनका क्वाशिंग एप्लीकेशन भी हाईकोर्ट, पटना हाईकोर्ट ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया। तो फिर ये 12/8 को यह आदेश आता कहां से है? ये इसलिए आया कि उनका मामला हो गया था मंत्री बनने का और उनको 16 अगस्त को सरेंडर करना था। तो मंत्री कैसे बनते? तो 16 अगस्त सरेंडर नहीं किया तो उन्होंने ये एक ऐसा आदेश दिखाया है जो गैर कानूनी है, नल एंड वॉइड है। और मेरी अपेक्षा होगी पटना हाई कोर्ट से बहुत विनम्रता से इस मामले की जांच कराई जाए कि जब पटना हाई कोर्ट के 2 माननीय न्यायमूर्तियों ने 2017 में इनके एंटीसिपेटरी को रिजेक्ट कर दिया और कहा कि आप सरेंडर करिए, और बाद में इनके क्वाशिंग एप्लीकेशन को सरेंडर रिजेक्ट कर दिया, और 17 में हाईकोर्ट ने साफ कहा कि विक्टिम ने कहा है कि उनकी किडनैपिंग में कार्तिकेय सिंह की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है।
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
According to a statement by the European Commission, it said as several European countries endure high temperatures and a lack of rain, Europe could be facing its worst drought in 500 years. It also further stated that a definite answer for the same cannot be given at the moment. But according to current data presented, it looks like it might take a bad shape, even worse than 2018. As of now, the drought that the country is experiencing is affecting agriculture, forcing water restrictions and causing wildfires. United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president. And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the chief, is also scheduled to visit Odessa and Istanbul to see one of the ports involved in the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Joint Coordination Center set up to implement it. Peru records the highest number of monkeypox patients in Latin America and the second highest in South America, according to Peru's Medical Association. Infectiologists in the country have begun to draw hypotheses to find the reasons for the rapid expansion of the virus.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है। हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक। तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहां पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 टू 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of inactive terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees.
इसके खिलाफ जबरदस्त संघर्ष करेगी। हम पूरी विनम्रता से कहना चाहते हैं, नीतीश कुमार जी आरजेडी के सामने झुक गए। नीतीश कुमार जी आरजेडी के सामने दब गए। और अगर उनकी इच्छा है कि वो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री बनने का ख्वाब देखते हैं, तो ये कौन सा ख्वाब दिखा रहे हैं आप, ये भी देश देखना चाहता है। धन्यवाद।
सर, वो जो मर्डर हुआ है डॉक्टर का, सर जिस तरह से उस पे सर क्या कहेंगे? बिहार में ये एक अपराध की घटना जो है वो हुई
ये तो उस दिन से ही शुरू हो गई है। टोयोटा के कंपनी पे हेडक्वार्टर्स पर हमला हुआ, आज एक डॉक्टर की हत्या हो गई दानापुर में। अभी तो देखिए क्या क्या होता है।
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है। हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक। तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहां पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 टू 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of inactive terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees per litre starting today on account of rising input costs. This is in fact the second consecutive hike by Amul and Mother Dairy in nearly 6 months.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant.
Well, getting in visuals right now of OPS paying tribute to Jayalalitha, and this of course comes after the Madras High Court ruled in favour of OPS, saying that in fact ordering a status quo ante on the June 23rd order, saying that there would be fresh General Council meet. So after that we are seeing the celebrations also that have been taking place by the cadre, by the OPS cadre there. And now, of course, the visuals coming in of OPS paying tribute to Jayalalitha. So these are the live visuals coming in after the big win for the OPS camp there in the Madras High Court after its order came in. So remember, the Madras High Court has ordered fresh General Council meet, which will take place, which of course has come as a massive jolt for the EPS faction. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue to get you all the latest updates. We'll also get you the latest from Chennai as OPS pays tribute to Jayalalitha. As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of an active terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees per litre starting today on account of rising input costs. This is in fact the second consecutive hike by Amul and Mother Dairy in nearly 6 months.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond. Army 2022 exhibition, Russia unveils a military robot with an attached rocket launcher. Robot is a 4-legged machine dubbed with M81, advertised as a combat unit capable of striking targets and transporting ammunition. According to sources, the robot was later found to have striking similarities to a Chinese model available for purchase at an online shopping site. According to a statement by the European Commission, it said as several European countries endure high temperatures and a lack of rain, Europe could be facing its worst drought in 500 years. It also further stated that a definite answer for the same cannot be given at the moment. But according to current data presented, it looks like it.
All right, let's go straight there in Tamil Nadu, where OPS is paying tribute to Jayalalitha. Varshini is joining me on the phone line. Varshini, now this is a big moment for OPS because after the High Court ordered status quo till 23rd June, it did come as a major setback for EPS. Harsha.
अरे शीशा खोले हुए बोल रहे हैं सर। सरकार बनते ही जो सरकार पर हमलावर सुशील मोदी ने कहा है, और ये सुशील मोदी का क्या झूठा है। ऐसा कोई मामला है सर? कोई ऐसा मामला नहीं, ऐसा कोई मामला है सर? नहीं, गलत बात। बस हो गया।
All right, we're getting some reactions coming in right now on this big controversy which has been coming from Bihar, where the Bihar law minister has been slapped with an arrest warrant, and a reaction coming there. The first reaction on the Bihar minister controversy. Just a short while back, we also saw the BJP press conference on the Bihar law minister, where a couple of points were made there on him. Ravi Shankar Prasad saying that Karthik Singh should be sacked. a big controversy emerging there from Bihar. Remember that just a day after RJD's Kartik Singh had taken over as Bihar Law Minister, it had emerged that an arrest warrant was issued against him in a kidnapping case on July 14th. And he was elected to the Legislative Council in April. He is considered a close Dawn-turned politician, Anand Singh, who was disqualified as an MLA. So he's seen it close to him. And this is coming in, of course, as the new government had just taken oath there in Bihar. Now, Kartik Singh has been charged under IPC sections 34, 363, 364 as well. And a big controversy coming in there from Bihar. Prakash is joining me on the phone line. Prakash, there's a big controversy coming in right now where a couple of serious allegations also being leveled by the BJP. Prakash, the Lalu there backing the minister facing arrest warrant. Prakash.
Well, the minister has been facing arrest warrant and we have got the news that the minister's advocate would be doing a press conference at 4 p.m. And this is a serious allegation of abduction. That is, the case was lodged in 2014 and there was an arrest warrant against the minister. But we are told that some coercive action was also issued by the district court of Danapur. But Ravi Shankar Prasad, the BJP leader, has contested this entire judgment. First, the minister has not got any bail, regular bail. His warrant still exists. He has got some reprieve of, say, 10 or 12 days. That's what we get to know. And exact legal tenability would be known only when we speak to the advocate of the accused. And the advocate of the victim clearly went on to say that he's an absconder in this particular case, which pertains to abduction of one Rajiv Ranjan Singh. So this has become a serious issue in Bihar, high voltage political drama unfolding in Bihar. And earlier, Anand Mohan's case was still not yet over when he visited his residence when he was out of jail for production in Patna Civil Court, and he stayed in the government circuit house. And not only that, he also visited RJD office. And both these persons belonging to RJD office, BJP has been alleging that the Jungle Raj has come back in Bihar.
Prakash, the big question on everyone's mind at this point of time is that why? Why has he not surrendered yet? That is what exactly Ravi Shankar Prasad had also asked in that press briefing, that why has he not surrendered even though he has an arrest warrant against him in a kidnapping case back from July 12th.
அந்த சூழலில் இருந்து சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்திற்கு டெல்லி உச்சநீதிமன்றம் அறிவுறுத்தியபடி கடந்த காலவுடைய நிகழ்வுகளை இரு பொதுக்குழு என்ற பெயரில் நடத்தப்பட்ட கூட்டத்தில் எடுக்கப்பட்ட எந்த தீர்மானங்களும் செல்லாது என்றும் 23/6/2022 என்ன நிலைமையோ அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தில் என்ற பெயரில் நடத்தப்பட்ட கூட்டத்தில் எடுக்கப்பட்ட எந்த தீர்மானங்களும் செல்லாது என்றும் 23/6/2022 என்ன நிலைமையோ அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தில் அது அப்படியே நீடிக்கும் என்று சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் ஒரு வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க தீர்ப்பினை இன்றைக்கு வழங்கியிருக்கிறது. இந்த தீர்ப்பு அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய 1 கோடி தொண்டர்களுக்கு
whatever the situation prevailed in the party before June 23rd, it will be prevailing from today also.
அது இன்றைக்கு நடந்திருக்கிறது.
Whatever the fathers wanted, they believed in, that has happened today, because this is absolutely and a father's party is not. Whoever decides to break the party will not happen.
தனிநபருக்கோ அல்லது ஒரு குழுவிற்கோ அல்லது ஒரு குடும்பத்திற்கோ இந்த இயக்கத்தை கொண்டு செல்ல வேண்டும் என்று நினைத்தால் அதுவும் நடக்காது என்றுதான் இன்றைக்கு இந்த தீர்ப்பின் மூலமாக நல்ல நீதி
authority or sole ownership of the party will happen. It will never belong to any family.
புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்களும் புரட்சித் தலைவர் மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்களுடைய இயக்கத்தை தொண்டர்களால் இயக்கமாக, தொண்டர்களுக்கான இயக்கமாக உருவாக்கி வளர்த்தார்கள். அது அன்றைக்கு நிறுவனம் இருக்கிறது. இது முழுமையான வெற்றி. அனைத்து இந்திய அன்னார முன்னேற்ற கழகத்திற்கு இது முழுமையான வெற்றி. நாங்கள் ஏற்கனவே அறிக்கையின் மூலமாக தெரிவித்திருக்கிறோம். அனைவரும் ஒன்றுபட வேண்டும். யாரெல்லாம் கழகத்திலிருந்து நீக்கி வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறார் அவர் அனைவரையும் கழகத்தில் சேர்ப்போம் என்று சேர்த்திருக்கிறோம் என்று சொல்லியிருக்கிறோம்.
He's always taken the stand about the whole party being united to function properly. And he also mentions that now since he is the coordinator, whoever has been terminated from the party will also be welcomed back into the party and they can also join the party from now on.
சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய அளித்த தீர்ப்பு 23/6/2022 அனைத்து இந்திய அன்னார முன்னேற்ற கழகம் என்ன நிலையில் இருந்ததோ அந்த நிலை நீடிக்கும் என்று அளித்திருக்கிறது. அதற்கு நாங்கள் மதிப்பளித்து நீதிமன்றத்திற்கு மதிப்பளித்து நாங்கள் நடப்போம்.
properly functioning the party as it was before June 23rd from now on.
நீங்கள் என்னை பார்த்து கேள்வி கேட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள். நான் உங்களை பார்த்து மக்களுக்கு பதில் சொல்ல சொல்லியிருக்கிறேன். நான் என்ன பதில் சொல்வது அதை பதிவிட்டுக் கொள்கிறேன். மற்றவர்கள்
He says that the other faction right now has been constantly criticizing his team, but he has always been thinking about the people and their welfare. Therefore, that will be his only important thing to moving forward as the coordinator of the party.
விமர்சனங்களை தாங்கிக் கொள்கின்ற மனப்போக்கம் அவருக்கு இருக்க வேண்டும்.
He says that Anna Adurai has always spoken about how a person should be able to take all the criticism that he is facing. And a leader has to take criticism, and I will always follow this word.
எனக்கு தொண்டர்கள் அளித்திருக்கின்ற பொறுப்பு ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர் ஆக நான்
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings. A testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond. Army 2022 exhibition, Russia unveils a military robot with an attached rocket launcher. Robot is a 4-legged machine dubbed with M81. Advertised as a combat unit capable of striking targets and transporting ammunition. According to sources, the robot was later found to have striking similarities to a Chinese model available for purchase at an online shopping site. According to a statement by the European Commission, it said as several European countries endure high temperatures and a lack of rain, Europe could be facing its worst drought in 500 years. It also further stated that a definite answer for the same cannot be given at the moment. But according to current data presented, it looks like it might take a bad shape, even worse than 2018. As of now, the drought that the country is experiencing is affecting agriculture, forcing water restrictions and causing wildfires. United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president. And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the chief, is also scheduled to visit Odessa and Istanbul to see one of the ports involved.
Viewers, we're getting some breaking developments right now. As you can see there, the case of the Patra Chaul land scam keeps exploding. ED is conducting searches at multiple locations in Mumbai in connection with Sanjay Raut Patra Chaul case. So this is big news coming in. Fresh raids right now happening in the Patra Chaul case. Remember, this is the money laundering case, is linked to alleged irregularities in the redevelopment of the Patra Chaul and the transactions involving Sanjay Raut's wife and his associates. And right now, what we're learning so far is that ED raids are happening in the case. And joining me on the phone line is Sandeep. Sandeep, take us through the details right now. Where are these raids happening? Which are these multiple locations in Mumbai?
Yes, as far as the raids are concerned, multiple locations across the city of Mumbai and the borders of Mumbai have been raided by Enforcement Directorate officials. Remember, in the Patra Chaul case, Sanjay Raut is behind the bars and in fact in judicial custody. Recently, his wife, Varsha Raut, was also questioned by Enforcement Directorate officials for 9 to 10 long hours. In the same sequence, several locations across the city and the nearby districts have been raided by Enforcement Directorate. We'll have to see what kind of things comes out from these raids.
Well, Sandeep, Sanjay Raut's judicial custody is extended till August 22nd. So we believe that ED raids, which are happening across multiple locations, this is going to help the case, crack the case. In fact, take us through exactly what the ED would be looking for at this point of time in the Chaul case scam.
Remember, as Sanjay Raut was on the day of arrest, there have been several documents that were seized from his residence and some unaccounted cash was also seized. Now, when we talk about extension of judicial custody, definitely his custody is going to get over on 22nd of August. So in the same sequence, Enforcement Directorate will be looking out for something strong to mention in the courthouse to make sure that his judicial custody, in fact, remains in place and he does not get bail.
Absolutely. Of course, the ED will be looking for something strong there. This case is very serious. And Alisha is also joining me for more details. Alisha, what are you picking up on this big development?
Well, yes, in connection with Sanjay Raut, the Patra Chaul case, where Enforcement Directorate.
So now the information that has been provided by our sources in Enforcement Directorate that this is something related to Sanjay Raut. And of course, we know that earlier when Sanjay Raut was sent to judicial custody, but also there was summons that was given to many of the people, and including Sanjay Raut's wife, that is Varsha Raut. Her statement has been recorded for around 6 hours. Not only that, but there are many other people they were summoned related to the case. And now when the information that has been gathered by Enforcement Directorate and more development that we have been looking after, where the searches has been conducted by Enforcement Directorate at multiple locations. We'll wait for exactly where. So what we know that in the Sanjay Raut Patra Chaul case, where the Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at a multiple location. We even remember the last searches that was conducted even at Sanjay Raut residence, there was called for even questioning. But moreover, there were unaccounted cash and including documents that was recovered by Enforcement Directorate. Moreover, Sanjay Raut, when called for interrogation, by the time by the 12 p.m. 12 a.m. by Enforcement Directorate, there were many revelations that was brought before the court. Even it is clearly showed that Praveen Raut was just a front man, but Sanjay Raut is the actual beneficiary, is what mentioned by Enforcement Directorate before the court. And right now, the development that we've been seeing in that in connection with Sanjay Raut Patra Chaul case, where Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at multiple locations in Mumbai.
All right, thank you, Alisha, for getting us up to date with this big development. Fresh ED raids underway right now in the Patra Chaul case. We continue tracking this big story as ED conducts searches at multiple locations in Mumbai in connection with the Sanjay Raut Patra Chaul case. Stay tuned, we have a lot lined up for you next.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
According to a statement by the European Commission, it said as several European countries endure high temperatures and a lack of rain, Europe could be facing its worst drought in 500 years. It also further stated that a definite answer for the same cannot be given at the moment. But according to current data presented, it looks like it might take a bad shape, even worse than 2018. As of now, the drought that the country is experiencing is affecting agriculture, forcing water restrictions and causing wildfires. United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president. And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the chief, is also scheduled to visit Odessa and Istanbul to see one of the ports involved in the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Joint Coordination Center set up to implement it. Peru records the highest number of monkeypox patients in Latin America and the second highest in South America, according to Peru's Medical Association. Infectiologists in the country have begun to draw hypotheses to find the reasons for the rapid expansion of the virus.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है। हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक, तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहां पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 टू 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज़ में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of an active terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the
A passenger train collided with a goods train near Gondia in Maharashtra. More than 50 passengers suffered injuries after a train named Bhagat Ki Kothi on its way from Nagpur to Raipur pushed into a goods train on its path. At least 3 compartments from the Bhagat Ki Kothi reportedly derailed as a result of the collision, injuring at least 50 passengers as a result. At least 13 were reported to be severely injured in the accident. The injured were admitted to the hospital at once, with their condition reported to be stable at the moment. The incident is reported to have taken place at around 4 in the morning. The police and railways maintenance services were present at the site to inspect the cause for the accident and assess the damage done to the train. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, we're getting some big breaking news right now. Big fallout of FIFA ban on AIFF. What we are learning so far is that 23-member women team has been stranded in Tashkent. That is what we are learning so far. Big news coming in after, remember that this big controversy which has broken out right now in a development which just happened short time back. Union government has informed the Supreme Court that it was holding an active discussion with FIFA over the suspension of the All India Football Federation. But what's happening at this point of time is that it's having many serious repercussions. One of which is what we're telling you right now. And that is that a 23-member women team has been stranded, has been stranded abroad. That is what we are learning so far, viewers. There's a big story coming in at this point of time. And FIFA has suspended the AIFF, which we had reported. It was a big blow for Indian football as FIFA suspended AIFF with immediate effect due to quote-unquote undue influence from third parties. And right now, women's team from India has now been stuck there in Uzbekistan. That is what we are learning after that ban which has been placed on Indian football. Remember that there was a reference to the fact that Supreme Court had relieved NCP MP Praful Patel from his post as AIFF president on May 18th, as elections had not been conducted, even as he served 3 terms of 4 years each at the helm of affairs. So right now what we're learning is that a women's team is now stuck there in Tashkent. And now the visuals of that women's team which is stuck there, which is facing the blow of the FIFA ban on AIFF on India. You can see the visuals of that team, the women members of the team there at this point of time. Natasha is joining me live from the Mumbai newsroom. Natasha, you know, this is a big fallout coming in. It's a big blow to Indian football, and right now we are seeing that women members of the football team are stranded abroad and they have no way of coming back. Tell us the details right now, Natasha. What are we learning?
Absolutely, Shivangi. Now, because of sports politics, our players have had to face the brunt. Now, this is a 23-member women team of a Kerala football club, a local football club from Kerala, stuck essentially in Tashkent and requesting now, writing to the PMO and Anurag Thakur here to intervene, where they can come back, in fact, to the country or even participate for the tournament that they have already gone to. So here, 23 players from our country, from Kerala, are stuck in Tashkent right now, not able to play the tournament that they have been going for and not even coming back because FIFA has now banned the AIFF. Now, this is clearly, again, no one's fault here. The sports players are stuck there and requesting. They have written, in fact, issued a statement that viewers you can also see and read on republicworld.com. And if I can read from the statement there, they have written to Anurag Thakur, Sports Minister, and also the PMO here. They're saying, our club, Shri Gokulam Kerala FC, is the current champion club of India in women's football, having achieved distinction of becoming champion club of India in May. Now they are here having to prove that they are in fact champions and stuck in Tashkent here, Shivangi. They further say that our team reached Tashkent, Uzbekistan during early hours of 16th August. So they essentially reached on 16th August and they have been since then stuck there. And they are going to, the first match against Iran was scheduled on 23 August, which they do not know whether it will happen because of this current ban or whether they will be allowed to in fact contest or play in that tournament. They further go on to say that our club's football team consisting of 23 players with a verge of 21 got grounded at Tashkent. So all the average age of the players here is just 21, Shivangi. All young women, 23 young women, in fact, stuck in Tashkent. Entire statement here, viewers, you can read on republicworld.com, and also we have the entire team photos beaming on our screens right now as we speak. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Natasha, for getting us all those details. Urgent intervention requested to help these women's team members who are stranded there. We'll be tracking the story very closely on Republic. Stay tuned, viewers.
United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president. And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the chief, is also scheduled to visit Odessa and Istanbul to see one of the ports involved in the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Joint Coordination Center set up to implement it. Peru records the highest number of monkeypox patients in Latin America and the second highest in South America, according to Peru's Medical Association. Infectiologists in the country have begun to draw hypotheses to find the reasons for the rapid expansion of the virus.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है। हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक। तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहां पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 टू 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of inactive terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees per litre starting today on account of rising input costs. This is in fact the second And starting with breaking news coming in, the MHA has clarified on tweet regarding Rohingyas. The MHA has said, and I quote, with respect to news reports in certain sections of media regarding Rohingyas illegal foreigners, it is clarified that the Ministry of Home Affairs has not given any directions to provide EWS flats to Rohingyas illegal migrants at Bakarwala in the national capital. So that's the clarification coming in. The MHA is setting the record straight with regard to all the information that is being spread and clarifying on a tweet with regard to Rohingyas. This is in relation to the tweet that has been put out which says that with respect to news reports in certain sections of media regarding Rohingyas illegal foreigners, it is clarified that the Ministry of Home Affairs has not given any directions to provide flats to Rohingyas illegal migrants in the national capital. So MHA is there saying that the deportation matter has been raised already, and that there are no directions to provide flats to Rohingyas, the illegal foreigners. That's the clarification coming in from the Ministry of Home Affairs with regard to the controversy and the news that is doing the rounds. So MHA is setting the record straight, saying that no directions have been given to provide flats. We'll try and go across to our reporters as well to get more reactions on this big story that we are tracking. Remember, the Delhi government proposed shifting Rohingyas, and the MHA there clarifying and setting the record straight once and for all that no directions have been given to provide flats to Rohingyas, saying that the Delhi government must call it detention centre. In fact, those were the statements that were made, remarks made earlier, and MHA there clarifying on this tweet regarding the Rohingyas, saying that no direction have been given whatsoever to provide flats to the Rohingyas. So that's the latest coming in, the news break coming in this hour, the MHA tweet that has been put out, in which the MHA has clarified with regard to the Rohingyas, saying that no direction has been given to provide So that's the latest coming in, tracking closely all the updates coming in, and the MHA there tweeting and setting the record straight. Well, onto these visuals that are just coming in of the last rites that are being held of martyr in Haldwani.
भारत माता की
पार्टी शरीर आ चुका है। अब थोड़ी देर में उनका पूरे सैन्य सम्मान के साथ अंतिम संस्कार किया जाएगा।
भारत माता की भारत माता की भारत माता की वंदे 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 मातरम। जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा हर बोला तुम्हारा नाम रहेगा। जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा हर बोला नाम रहेगा। नहीं तो
So these are the visuals we are showing you from the cremation ground Chitrashila in Haldwani, Uttarakhand, and now the coffin has been placed, the mortal remain has been placed. Now the last rite, the final respect from the army will be given, and these troops which you are seeing just now in the visuals are the people from Jawans from the Kumaon regiment. The guard of honor will be given by the army, and then the final rite, the final cremation ceremony will take place. These are the visuals from Chitrashila Ghat, and we can clearly see apart from the family members, all the veterans, all the Jawan from the Sena, from the Kumaon regiment are here. The locals, the neighborhood, with flags in their hand are in their hand are here. And these are the visuals we are showing you from the cremation ground, where all the family members of Martyr Soldier Lance Nayak Chandrasekhar are here. Brother Puran Chand Harbola can be seen here, and both the brothers are here. You can clearly see the final respect, the final honor being given to the martyr soldier, and a silence, because here the last tribute, the last rite by the army will be given, and all the preparations ahead of the guard of honor is taking place here at the cremation ground in Chhatrashila, Haldwani cremation ground. These are the visuals. Everyone from Uttarakhand, Haldwani are here, everyone, to pay their last respect. Most of the people paid their last respect and bid the final goodbye to the brave heart at the residence and at the public place where the coffin, the mortal remains, was placed. And now the final ceremony from the side of army will be given, and we are showing you the visuals from here, live Republic TV exclusive visuals you are seeing here. And as you can clearly see, many political leaders, neighbors, locals, people from far places apart from Haldwani came here and paid the last tributes to martyr soldier here. And this is the place where the final rites ceremony will take place. All the preparations done ahead of the final rites ceremony. So clearly we understand, like, such a grief day for a family who lost the Jawan 38 years back. But yes, yet still they have so much pride and respect that the Jawan lost life battling the most important and crucial operation Meghdut in Siachen Glacier. So family is full of pride also, but also they're experiencing a peace after 38 years of wait, because after 38 years mortal remains of martyr soldier Lance Naik Chandrasekhar found in Siachen bunker. Now all the preparations of army Jawan have been done. The final rites, the final goodbye, the final tribute from the side of army will be given here to the martyr soldier. As you can clearly see, the commanding officers and the people from the Kumaon regiment are here, and the final ceremony will take place. And after that, the final rites will take place. Here are the visuals from the ground, Chhatrashila, where we are here, and all the Jawans ready for their last tribute, for their last goodbye to the martyr soldier. Here we are showing you the visuals, and such a heartful day for everyone. No one expected that after 38 years. So clearly this shows the spirit of the residents, the people of Uttarakhand. When clearly it can be seen that a soldier lost his life battling this important operation Meghdut, such a pride moment for entire nation, for Uttarakhand, and as well as for the family of the soldier too. They are full of pride, but yes, now with a heart full of grief and heartfelt tributes they have given to the Jawan, to their family member. And now almost we are getting to know that almost all the preparations from the army is done, and now the soldiers you are seeing in front are one from the Ranikhet Rage here, who are here, give reclaying ceremony, and the tribute now also can be seen, the wreath being showered on the martyr soldier. These are the visuals, the family members, the people who were close to the family, who also didn't expect that such news will come after 38 years long wait. And the final tribute here at the cremation ground is also being given, the final salute from the side of everyone. But yes, this sacrifice of this brave soldier cannot be forgotten. He is the hero and shining star, obviously the hero and shining star of Operation Meghdut. Though lost his life, but yes, one that important part of the Siachen Glacier, that peak 5965, which was very important to take at that moment to seize the control over that Siachen Glacier peak. Very important. These are the visuals, the final tribute one-on-one we are seeing from the commanding officers, from the people of the unit, and the people who has served along with them, along with martyr soldier. Here are people from Haldwani, Uttarakhand as well. Authorities from army are also here, who have paid their final tribute and bid a final goodbye to the martyr soldier. And now we are seeing in line, we are seeing the colleague from the Kumaon regiment at that time, who were the colleague of Lance Nayak martyr Chandrasekhar. And here you see the visuals, the wreath laying at the coffin, the mortal remains of martyr soldier, one-on-one saluting the brave heart. And they all remember how the brave heart was at the time they went to Siachen together. That operation, they clearly shared with us the very crucial time, the night of patrolling when this entire incident happened, and how the unit got to know about the avalanche, and how 14 bodies were recovered but 5 went missing, and amongst that 5 missing, one Lance Nayak Chandrasekhar body recovered after 38 years. So these are the colleagues who have clearly told what exactly at the night of Operation Meghdoot, night of 29th April 1984 took place. So this is the respect, the honor which an army man surely gets after he does his duty very proudly. And this is spirit, the pride clearly tells us that the entire everyone from this nation, from this country, from Uttarakhand is very proud of Harbola. Lance Nayak Chandrasekhar Harbola. Though they are very sad, but they are also very proud, and the family also says.
So the final tribute that is being paid to the hero who lost his life, and the remains of him have come back to the family after 38 years of waiting.
लेकिन इसके एक्सेस के लिए जो मान लीजिए उसके बाद जो आर्थिक लाभ होगा वो फिर उस कम्युनिटी के साथ भी शेयर करना पड़ेगा, ये भी इसमें सुनिश्चित किया गया। ये एक्सेस आईटी प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी और एक्सेस के दुरुपयोग को रोकने के लिए जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी में फायरवॉल्स बनाई जाती हैं, सेफगार्ड्स किया जाता है, सिक्योरिटी सेफगार्ड्स, ताकि इसकी मॉनिटरिंग हो सके, डाउनलोड रिस्ट्रिक्शंस हो सकें, ये सब करने हम जा रहे हैं। इससे हमारे स्टूडेंट्स और रिसर्चर्स को टीकेडीएल के एक्सेस की सुविधा होगी, व्यापार और रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। इससे स्पेसिफिक डिसीजेज जो हैं उनके लिए नई ड्रग्स डेवलप करने में बढ़ावा मिलेगा। मॉडर्न साइंटिफिक एडवांसेस का प्रयोग करते हुए एंशिएंट नो हाउ को भारत की सोसाइटल और स्ट्रेटेजिक जरूरतों को पूरा किया जा सकेगा। तो विरासत से भविष्य की ओर भी हम बढ़ेंगे, हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को अनुसंधान में भी इससे लाभ ज़्यादा मिल पाएंगे। ये जो इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोचेस को हम आगे जारी रखेंगे और ये जो हमारा परंपरागत खजाना है ये हमने युवा पीढ़ी को उपलब्ध कराने का निर्णय लिया है ताकि उनको जोड़ें भी और उनके अनुसंधान के माध्यम से भविष्य की पीढ़ियों को भी लाभ दे सके, वर्तमान पीढ़ी को भी लाभ दे सके।
थैंक यू सर।
धन्यवाद।
अगर आपको कोई प्रश्न पूछना है तो ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर आपके प्रश्नों का जवाब दें। जी 25
knowledge base over the years, has it been developed, and is it with the universities or is it with the research institutions?
As I said earlier, the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library already have 4,24,000 such formulations and practices which are already available with them. In future also, as I said earlier, oral traditional knowledge that will be formulated as well as documented and will be made available in future first to the Indians, then to the international users on need basis. Whenever they file any application for any patent or for any research, they will be given the access of the TKDL.
Yeah,
and will also ensure that there is no breach. For that, the security safeguards will be taken, will be put in place. Firewalls will be created, it will be documented, enough monitoring will be done so that everything is safe.
सर मैं लक्ष्मण से एनबीसी आवाज़ से, जो किसानों के लिए इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन स्कीम में एडिशन किया गया है इसको बढ़ाने का, इससे कुछ अनुमान है कि अभी कितने किसान इससे लाभान्वित हो रहे हैं और क्या नया एडिशन जुड़ सकता है जो डिमांड आया हो, एप्लीकेशन आया हो। दूसरा, जो हमने इमरजेंसी क्रेडिट गारंटी स्कीम का ऐलान किया है 50,000 करोड़ रुपए हॉस्पिटैलिटी एंड रिलेटेड सेक्टर के लिए, तो क्या कोई क्राइटेरिया होगा कितने टर्नओवर वाले कंपनियां इसके लिए एप्लीकेबल होंगी, क्योंकि इसमें तो बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां भी शामिल होती हैं।
पहले सवाल आपका किसानों से जुड़ा है, लेकिन मैं फिर एक बार याद करवाना चाहता हूँ, ये मोदी जी की सरकार में भारत सरकार ने किसानों के साथ साथ मछुआरों और पशुपालकों को भी किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड पर 3 लाख रुपए की ऋण की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाई है। ये भारत सरकार में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में किया है और 7% पर मिलता है, लेकिन समय पर देकर 3% इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन मिलती है और 4% ही रह जाता है। अब आपने इसमें आगे पूछा कि कितने लोगों ने इसका लाभ लिया। ये हर किसान के लिए उपलब्ध है जो जिसके पास किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड है और पीएम किसान से जुड़ा हुआ है, इसको उसका लाभ मिलता है। इसका पूरा आंकड़ा भी आपको दे देंगे कितने करोड़ किसानों ने इसका लाभ उठाया है। आज इसकी ज़रूरत इसलिए पड़ी क्योंकि मई 2020 में जो बैंकों को 2% इंटरेस्ट की सहायता भारत सरकार करती थी, वो उस समय बंद कर दी थी क्योंकि ब्याज दरें कम आ गई थी। तो बैंक अपने बलबूते पर भी 7% इंटरेस्ट रेट पर किसानों को कर्जा दे सकता था। क्योंकि हाल ही के पिछले 2 महीनों में आरबीआई ने रेपो रेट बढ़ाया 3 बार, 40 पॉइंट, 50 पॉइंट, 50 पॉइंट, उसके कारण ये जरूरत महसूस हुई कि बैंकों को इसका नुकसान ना हो, तो भारत सरकार 34,856 करोड़ रुपए की मदद अपनी ओर से करेगी ताकि किसानों को ज़्यादा ब्याज ना देना पड़े और किसानों को लोन देने वाले बैंक उनको भी कोई नुकसान ना हो। इसके लिए 34,856 करोड़ रुपए का हम लाभ दे रहे हैं। अब तक कुल मिलाकर 3.13 करोड़ किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड जारी किए गए हैं और इसका टारगेट था हमारा 2 करोड़ 50 लाख। जो इसमें से इनको पैसा मिला है वो भी मैं आपको बता ही देता हूं। ये 2013-14 में 7,30,000 करोड़ था, जो बढ़कर 16 लाख करोड़ रुपया हुआ है। तो आप कल्पना कीजिए, जहां मछुआरे और पशुपालक जोड़े उसका लाभ भी मिला और किसानों को बाकी लाभ भी मिला है। और 2.5 करोड़ किसानों का हमने टारगेट रखा था, 3 करोड़ 36 लाख किसानों को इसका लाभ मिला। और यही नहीं, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, किसानों के लिए तो हमने जो दुनिया भर में खाद के दाम बढ़ गए, लेकिन भारत सरकार ने यहाँ पर पिछले साल, अगर ये वित्तीय वर्ष अगर आप देखेंगे तो पिछले साल अगर 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया खाद की सब्सिडी थी, तो हमने इस साल बढ़ाकर लगभग 2 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर चली जाएगी। लेकिन किसान के ऊपर हमने बढ़ते हुए खाद के दामों का बोझ नहीं पड़ने दिया, भारत सरकार ने ही वहन किया है। इसी तरह से ही इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन भी जारी रहेगी और लोन भी जारी रहेंगे।
दूसरा सवाल
50,000 करोड़ रुपया वो ट्रैवल, टूरिज्म, हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर के लिए है। और पहले भी आपको याद होगा हमने सबके लिए वो किया था, लेकिन उसमें आपने देखा था कि 95% जो है वो एमएसएमई ही है। 95% जो लोग हैं एमएसएमई हैं। तो इसमें भी ज़्यादातर लाभ छोटे ट्रैवल, टूरिज्म और हॉस्पिटैलिटी को, और बहुत बड़ा वर्ग है जिनको एक्चुअली वर्किंग कैपिटल की आवश्यकता है। उस समय भी 20% एडिशनल वर्किंग कैपिटल इमरजेंसी क्रेडिट लाइन गारंटी स्कीम्स के माध्यम से भारत सरकार ने की थी। अब भी इसमें 50,000 करोड़ रुपया केवल और केवल ट्रैवल, टूरिज्म और हॉस्पिटैलिटी के लिए किया जा रहा है। छोटे बड़े दोनों आएंगे, लेकिन ज़्यादातर लाभ पहले की तरह इसमें भी छोटे लोगों को, छोटे व्यापारी कारोबारियों को मिलेगा।
हाँ, मंत्री जी, मेरा सवाल है कि जो पेटेंट लॉ आप लाए हैं, जो नया, तो इसमें क्या चेंजिंग किया है जिससे फर्क पड़ रहा है?
ये बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा आपने। एक्चुअली मैं उसको थोड़ा और आसान तरीके से बता दूं। ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी 2001 में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार में बनी। जो हमारी परंपरागत विरासत हमारे पास है, नॉलेज है मेडिसिनल क्षेत्र में, इसके 4,23,000 के लगभग फॉर्मुलेशन और प्रैक्टिसेस को हमने डॉक्यूमेंट करके डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी में रखा। इसका एक्सेस किसको मिलता था? इसका एक्सेस मिलता था इंटरनेशनल पेटेंट ऑफिसेस को। जब कोई पेटेंट के लिए दायर करता था, वो चेक करते थे कि यह है कि नहीं है। अब हमने इसको खोल दिया है भारत के रिसर्चर्स को, स्टूडेंट्स को, वैज्ञानिकों को, बाकी सबको, जो भारत के लोग हैं उनको सबसे पहले इसका एक्सेस मिलेगा। इसका लाभ क्या होगा? मान लीजिए आप कोई शोध करना चाहते हैं, आपको जानकारी नहीं होगी कि इस क्षेत्र में पहले शोध हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ। अगर हुआ है तो आप उसका पेटेंट जब अप्लाई करने जाएंगे और वो ट्रेडिशनल डिजिटल नॉलेज लाइब्रेरी में जाके देखेंगे तो किसी के नाम पे वो खड़ा होगा, तो आपका समय और आपके संसाधन उसमें बर्बाद होते हैं, व्यर्थ जाते हैं। उसको रोकने के लिए आपका समय खराब ना हो, आपके संसाधन खराब ना हो, लेकिन आप अनुसंधान में अपना पूरा योगदान दे सकें, तो आपको एक्सेस भी दिया गया है, संसाधन भी बचाए गए और विरासत में जो हमें मिली नॉलेज है वो भी आपको देने के द्वार खोले गए हैं। आई होप आई मेड इट क्लियर। तो इसमें समय भी बचेगा, संसाधन भी बचेंगे, अनुसंधान भी होगा और विरासत अनुसंधान को जोड़ के युवा पीढ़ी को ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज देकर हम भविष्य में मेडिकल यूज के लिए बहुत सारी ऐसी बीमारियां हैं उसके लिए बहुत कुछ यहाँ से खड़ा कर सकते हैं। और अटल टिंकरिंग लैब हो, अटल इनोवेशन मिशन हो, ऐसी जगह पर भी छोटे से लेकर बड़े तक।
As we stay with these pictures, coming in from Haldwani in Uttarakhand, General G.D. Bakshi, after 38 years, it's been a year, it's been a 38-year wait for the family of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar, one of the Siachen heroes. His mortal remains found a few days ago. In fact, let's cut across live to Haldwani, sir. And I'm just going across to General Bakshi after that.
पूरा इधर से उधर जाएगा।
जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा। जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा भारतीय सेना भारतीय सेना भारतीय सेना थोड़ा सा
ये जाने
Staying with these pictures, let me get one response from Major General J.D. Bakshi joining us on the phone line. General J.D. Bakshi, Lance Naik Chandrasekhar's remains have been brought to his hometown. He's been his final journey underway in Haldwani. It's a closure for his family, sir, after 38 years. Can I get your views on that, General Bakshi, as you look at these pictures?
You know, Niranjan, first of all, I'd like to salute this brave heart who laid down his life 38 years ago in the icy, frozen heights of the glacier. Look, I know the glacier. I was one of the first officers who was sent on a special mission there well before the glacier was occupied. I cannot disclose the nature of that mission, but I was sent there, and when we were sent, we had no special clothing, no nothing, the normal high altitude clothing and boots, and we climbed up to the South Glacier. Then I'm talking of way back in 76. So I know exactly what this means. 38 years his family has been waiting. I know how it is with military families. They keep hoping against hope that somehow, someday, he will come back. He will come back from the cold. But, you know, today at least that haunting wait is now over. Their family has received closure. They have been able to get his body. You know, we didn't get my brother's body back because it was blasted to smithereens. So it is a terrible thing to happen if you can't get the body of your loved one. But here, 38 years later, this is a miracle. Miracle. The snow and the ice has preserved that body better than any mortuary could, any morgue could. Even the Egyptians could. He's come back in from the cold. The family now needs not, anguish over their dead one. He has laid his life down for the country in one of the worst, in the highest battlefields of the world. And he has come back from that cold 38 years later. I salute him. I salute his courage. I salute the spirit of this army which does not flinch from the most demanding sacrifices. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
General Bakshi, Lance Naik Chandrasekhar, final journey in Haldwani, martyred in Operation Meghdut 38 years ago during India's conquest of the Siachen. And these are live pictures coming in from Haldwani. As we stay with these live pictures, Republic has been tracking the entire operation from the time the patrol party found his remains in the chilly heights of Siachen. And we've been tracking his journey from the Partapur base back to his hometown. His family has been waiting for 38 years. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha joining us. We'll get one question with her. She spoke to the family of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar. For them it's closure. Harsha, you spoke to them.
Exactly, sir. Here, it's this entire ceremony and bringing the mortal remains back after 38 years, exactly a closure for the entire family. We had word with wife Shanti Devi, we had word with daughters Kavita and Babita. They clearly stated that in this entire 38 years time, we were waiting, we didn't had a closure. We always expected that somewhere he would be alive, not known to Indian Army, but now after 38 years, we are at peace also. That finally we will bid a final goodbye with full honor and with full respect. And right now also here, sir, you will see how the ceremony last rites is being carried out, the kind of crowd, the kind of respect and dedication and spirit for this brave soldier martyr can be felt here in the air here in Haldwani. And clearly everyone in the family are teary-eyed, they are sad. It's a big loss, huge loss, but in 38 years they were expecting something. After 38 years they are expecting a closure, therefore they all are teary-eyed. Their difficulties, the entire 38 years journey of a wife without husband was so difficult, and no one amongst us could understand the kind of difficulty she would have gone through when her daughters were 4 years and 8 years old, and the journey with their daughter without husband was so difficult. She shared with us, but now they are all respectful, and the tribute to a brave soldier is being given here, sir. And the final goodbye visuals by the army jawan, and one very thing which we saw today is that the mother regiment, the mother company in which brave soldier martyr Lance Naik Chandrasekhar was deployed, Bahadur company of 19th Shimoga regiment, that specifically was in Ranikhet range, and specifically veterans and the deployed right now, the Jawans from Bahadur company have come here to pay the tributes and to salute the martyr soldier here, Lance Naik Chandrasekhar. So all the last tributes, the goodbye by Jawan, by officials, the authorities of army, political leaders, neighborhood, locals, and even from the side of the police officials as well has been given. And now the mortal remain is being taken for the final rites. These are the visuals here in Haldwani from the Chitrashila Ghat. We are showing you from here, and now family will finally be at peace as they're experiencing a peace after 38 years. Back to you, sir.
Stay with us. Let me go across to Major General Rajan Kochar, also joining us on the broadcast. General Rajan Kochar, these pictures so poignant, sir. Someone who fought for the nation 38 years ago, never came back home. He did today, 38 years later. Operation Meghdoot, big success for India, one of India's most courageous stories of valor. Sir, people read about it. For 38 years his family has waited, and tonight they will sleep knowing that they finally met their loved one, and his final journey has taken place in his hometown. General Kochar.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's a poignant moment for the family, and it shows our soldiers in what kind of terrain and what kind of conditions they give their services to the nation. And today, I mean, we have 38 years we are able to locate this body. Then the Indian Army patrol came across this, and it's for the family also. It's a very touching moment, to get back your own, because at times these terrains and these altitudes, it becomes very, very difficult to retrieve the bodies, and it's a great. It's a loss. It's a feeling of a loss for the nation. A great soldier. And it will be the movement, and this is what the resilience of the Indian Armed Forces is all about. And they're that epitome of courage and valor. And these stories remind us of the heroics of our soldiers, and who have time and again come forward and total disregard to their own safety and lives. They do duty in such harsh conditions, and even today on the Ladakh border, we have these men of ours at an altitude of in excess of 15,000 feet. They are giving their duty day and night. So we salute them today for this day.
Before that, and his mortal remains will be consigned to flames. Major General Harsha Kakkar also joining us on the phone line. General Harsha Kakkar, over to you, sir, as you look at these pictures. What a story. After 38 years, our men never stop looking.
I think that is a tradition which the Indian Army has always maintained. You cannot stop looking. After all, for the family, it means a lot. When there is a closure, when they finally get the last remains of their loved ones, I think it means a lot. And 38 years has been a very long wait. I'm aware that even the children would never have remembered what their father was like when it happened 38 years ago. But the fact that they're able to finally be present at the moment of closure, and the fact that we never stopped looking, we continued till we finally did achieve what we wanted to. And that carries a lot of weight. For the nation, it implies what the uniform stands for. You are a member of the family, and the family will not leave you behind, come what may. It will continue looking for whatever remains are there till the last moment and as long as you can. And I think that is a very strong message that we've sent, a message that we are together, we are one family, and we will continue looking after our own and finding our own. I think that nothing could be a stronger message than that.
Thank you for that, General Harsha Kakkar. There is some breaking news that I'm getting in right now. Breaking news coming in, and as we stay with the live pictures of Haldwani. Okay, I have some breaking news and live pictures coming in, and let's come back to this. Let's get you some news coming in from London now. Some news coming in from London now. If you come, let's go across straight to the newsroom. There is some news that we are getting. Big fire reported in London. A massive fire reported in London. We're picking up more details of this fire incident. In fact, it's a video that has just come in. Fire forces at the London Bridge station to close, and buildings have been evacuated. It's a big fire. I'm going across to the pictures coming in to our newsroom right now. More pictures coming in. More pictures coming in of the London Bridge. And I'm putting in more details. More details that we're picking up. In fact, initial details coming in. Initial details, we're picking up more details from the wires. It's a big fire across, forcing the London Bridge station to close. This is near the Southwark area. Buildings have been evacuated, and the fire is also spread onto tracks, we are told. The fire has spread onto tracks in the area. This is a fire in London that is forced the London Bridge station to close, and this is near the Union Street, near London Bridge is what we are hearing, and we are picking up more details. Firefighters at the scene of the fire, and crews also investigating the smoke from different platforms. This is a video on social media as tweeted. Video on social media as tweeted near the London Bridge station, and we're getting in more details. This is an initial video that came in, and some of the accounts saying that they witnessed smoke from a platform near the London Bridge underground station, and this was a blaze from the railway arches. This is a viewer video, some of these video being uploaded on social media, waiting for full details of the incident. What we know at this point is that there was complete travel chaos as a fire forced the London Bridge station to close. That's a quick news alert coming in, and there's a long view as well, and one of the viewer videos being sent from London stating that it's a fire between London Bridge and Waterloo. All right, so that's a quick update coming in from London. We'll go across and get you some more breaking news updates. Let's take a short break now on Republic. We'll take a short break and come back with the live coverage of all the news. Taking a short break, we'll come back with the Savarkar face-off that's getting bigger in Karnataka. In Udupi, posters were taken down. Congress asking police and administration to take down Savarkar posters. So that story continues, getting you more details.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है। हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक। तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहां पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 टू 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of inactive terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees per litre starting today on account of rising input costs. This is in fact the second consecutive hike by Amul and Mother Dairy in nearly 6 months.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond. Army 2022 exhibition, Russia unveils a military robot with an attack.
Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये आईपीसी की अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है।
ये हम कैंपेन शुरू करने वाले हैं।
खड़े हो जाओ, बैठे बैठे ठीक है, खड़े चुनाव में हो। सर, ये कैंपेन हमारा आज आपसे बात करने के बाद ही शुरू है। कल से ये पूरी तरह से हम लोग इसको लेके आएंगे, क्योंकि ये सवाल पे किसी को छोड़ा जाना दिल्ली का बहुत बड़ा।
धन्यवाद। किसी को तो प्रश्न हो तो एक करके प्लीज। जानकारी दी है कि रोहिंग्याओं को दिल्ली में फ्लैट मुहैया कराए जाएंगे। आम आदमी पार्टी ने इस पे आरोप लगाया है कि अब ये सब जान गए हैं कि आखिर रोहिंग्या को कौन बसाने का काम
क्लैरिफिकेशन दे दी है। देखिए, ये जो मुद्दा है, ये जिन्होंने ऐसा ट्वीट किया है उनका ट्वीट क्या हुआ है, कहीं कोई हैक किया, क्या हुआ, अभी हम इस पे नहीं आ रहे हैं। लेकिन अभी हमारे गृह मंत्रालय ने स्पष्ट कह दिया है कि गृह मंत्रालय की इस तरह की
कोई भी योजना नहीं है। और गृह मंत्रालय ये भी इशारा कर रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं इसमें गवर्नमेंट ऑफ दिल्ली ने ऐसा कुछ प्रपोज किया है। आप स्वयं जाइएगा गृह मंत्रालय के उसमें, तो एक ट्वीट है गृह मंत्रालय का जो आपको पढ़ना चाहता हूं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ दिल्ली proposed to shift the Rohingyas to a new location. MHA has directed the GNCTD to ensure that the Rohingya illegal foreigners will continue at the present location, as MHA has already taken up the matter of their deportation with the concerned country through MEA. गृह मंत्रालय तो उनको अच्छे तरह उनके देशों से बात करके उनको अपनी जगह भेजने की तैयारी में है। ये एक प्रस्ताव है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट का और ये एमएचए ने क्लियर कर दिया है। दैट्स ऑल।
जी मोहित जी, एक मिनट मोहित जी,
एक अरविंद केजरीवाल की बात करिए। आज फिर से एक टाउन हॉल किया उन्होंने तालकटोरा स्टेडियम में। उन्होंने कहा कि मेक फॉर इंडिया है, प्रचार के लिए करते हैं, देश में घूमेंगे। एक तरह से 2024 के लिए वो खुद को ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं। इट वुड बी प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी वर्सेस इन। क्या कहेंगे आज जो
नहीं, देखिए ये सबका अपना, हर नेता का अपना अधिकार है। नेता है जो इस तरह की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उससे हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। हमारा फर्क ये पड़ता है कि वो कहते हैं ना कि कुछ लोग रंग बदल के और दिखाने को कुछ और है और खाने को कुछ और है। उसका मैं आपके सामने जो आज मैंने खुलासा किया उसका जवाब चाहता हूं। वो दुनिया के सारे की तैयारी
ने बोला तिरंगे का केजरीवाल जी ने सम्मान नहीं किया, लेकिन राष्ट्र स्वयंसेवक संघ के फेसबुक पेज पे भी तिरंगा नहीं लगा था। ऐसे
लग गया, गलत कह रहे हो, सब जगह लग गया। आपको नहीं पता, 13 से 15 लगा है अभी
हमारे देश की।
13 से 15।
एक मिनट देख लीजिए, हमारी देश की सरकार ने एक निवेदन किया था कि 13 से 15 आरएसएस ने अपनी
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of an active terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees per litre starting today on account of rising input costs. This is in fact the second consecutive hike by Amul and Mother Dairy in nearly 6 months.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond. Army 2022 exhibition, Russia unveils a military robot with an attached rocket launcher. Robot is a 4-legged machine dubbed with M81, advertised as a combat unit capable of striking targets and transporting ammunition. According to sources, the robot was later found to have striking similarities.
A passenger train collided with a goods train near Gondia in Maharashtra. More than 50 passengers suffered injuries after a train named Bhagat Ki Kothi on its way from Nagpur to Raipur pushed into a goods train on its path. At least 3 compartments from the Bhagat Ki Kothi reportedly derailed as a result of the collision, injuring at least 50 passengers as a result. At least 13 were reported to be severely injured in the accident. The injured were admitted to the hospital at once, with their condition reported to be stable at the moment. The incident is reported to have taken place at around 4 in the morning. The police and railways maintenance services were present at the site to inspect the cause for the accident and assess the damage done to the train. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond. Army 2022 exhibition, Russia unveils a military robot with an attached rocket launcher. Robot is a 4-legged machine dubbed with M81, advertised as a combat unit capable of striking targets and transporting ammunition. According to sources, the robot was later found to have striking similarities to a Chinese model available for purchase at an online shopping site. According to a statement by the European Commission, it said, as several European countries endure high temperatures and a lack of rain, Europe could be facing its worst drought in 500 years. It also further stated that a definite answer for the same cannot be given at the moment. But according to current data presented, it looks like it might take a bad shape, even worse than 2018. As of now, the drought that the country is experiencing is affecting agriculture, forcing water restrictions and causing wildfires. United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
The unprecedented politics and communal tensions continue to prevail over the poster of Veer Savarkar in Karnataka's Shivamogga and now even Udupi district. This comes after Savarkar's posters were installed as part of the Independence Day celebrations. Amid unprecedented politics in Karnataka, the BJP's K.S. Ishwarappa took a controversial jibe with the Congress party, accused Congress of supporting SDP, PFI in the Savarkar poster controversy. The nation saluted the 7 ITBP martyrs this morning. A wreath-laying ceremony was held to pay homage to the ITBP Jawans who lost their lives in the line of duty in an accident in Pahalgam. Supreme Court hearing the FIFA ban case has asked the centre to take all measures to ensure that the suspension of AIFF is lifted and the Under-17 Football World Cup is held in India as scheduled.
According to a statement by the European Commission, it said, as several European countries endure high temperatures and a lack of rain, Europe could be facing its worst drought in 500 years. It also further stated that a definite answer for the same cannot be given at the moment. But according to current data presented, it looks like it might take a bad shape, even worse than 2018. As of now, the drought that the country is experiencing is affecting agriculture, forcing water restrictions and causing wildfires. United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The chief is also scheduled to visit Odessa and Istanbul to see one of the ports involved in the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Joint Coordination Center set up to implement it. Peru records the highest number of monkeypox patients in Latin America and the second highest in South America, according to Peru's Medical Association. Infectiologists in the country have begun to draw hypotheses to find the reasons for the rapid expansion of the virus.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected.
Welcome to the 4 p.m. live and breaking. Let's see what's happening around the country at this hour. Let's begin with the headlines. Swift action by the centre in FIFA ban scandal. Union government informs the Supreme Court may break ice with FIFA. Give some time. BJP forms new parliamentary board. Gadkari and Shivraj dropped. Yediyurappa and Sonowal included. Political slugfest over Savarkar poster. Big allegations by Karnataka BJP, says Congress and SDP are involved. Top BJP leader Ishwarappa visits Shivamogga. Claims Congress provoked tensions in the area. Massive victory for OPS. Dual leadership to continue in AIADMK. Madras High Court orders fresh General Council meet. Arrest warrant against Bihar Law Minister with Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. Will Chief Minister Nitish Kumar sack him? The controversy around Savarkar posters refuses to die down in Karnataka after Ishwarappa's allegations. Alleged Congress link emerges. Allegedly, the Congress corporator husband is the person who first protested against the Veer Savarkar poster inside a mall. Now, BJP is claiming he is the one who started all this. As per the party's charges, the yellow t-shirt man who is shouting in Kannada against the installation of the poster is the person who started it. It can be seen in the CCTV footage. Let's look at some of the reactions that are coming in post the controversy and particularly after the allegations made by Ishwarappa of the BJP. Alright, this is the video, in fact, not the CCTV footage. Somebody shot it and the man can be clearly seen as objecting to the presence of Veer Savarkar in the pictures of freedom fighters. That happened on August 15th, India's 76th Independence Day. And following the objections being raised by the man, it seems the management is coming into action. There is someone who can be seen going towards the pictures and looking at them. But this man in question, who can be seen in the circle in yellow t-shirt, as claimed by the BJP or as alleged by the BJP, is one who started it all. He is said to be the husband of a local corporator there in Shivamogga, and this is a mall where this exhibition of posters was on, and he is seen as clearly indicating towards the presence of Veer Savarkar and objecting to it. Let's go to Niranjan Narayan Swamy on this. Niranjan, this picture now clearly suggesting that this man started it all and the BJP is making an issue of it. Is the government there, given the fact that the party's government there, going to do something about it? Are they kind of carrying out an inquiry as to whether this is all where it is started and spread to 3 other cities, leading to a law and order situation?
Well, it appears, Abhishek, that there was certainly an element of political instigation. This video that has emerged now, and the video is on the screen. We'll go full frame to the video. And if you look at this video, basically what it shows is that there is this SDPI leader who's been identified as Asif. Now, Asif, we are told, Asif is an SDPI leader. And immediately after this, and look at this, I mean, you also had a translation on this. We'll put out the video with the translation. He's seen at a mall. This is a mall 2 days before Independence Day. On the 13th of August, storms into a mall. You can see these videos there. In this video, all of India's freedom heroes are being, felicitated. Their posters have been put up there. You can see from the Mahatma to Jawaharlal Nehru, you can see Veer Savarkar, Sardar Patel, and he sees the picture of Savarkar. And this SDPI man has a problem with the Veer Savarkar picture. Now, obviously, there is an element of instigation. This happens on the 13th, Abhishek. This happens on the 13th, and then 2 days after that, there is a riot-like situation. People are stabbed on the 15th of August when the country was celebrating Independence Day. And this fellow's, SDPI man's wife, we are told, has connections to the Congress party. She's also a Congress leader, an elected Congress leader. Now, the BJP, when we spoke to the BJP this morning, they're linking this video directly to the stabbing in Shivamogga. They say that this proves that the SDPI instigated, the SDPI wanted violence, the SDPI's hand is directly proven, and they're also linking this to the comment of the Congress party, where you can hear Siddaramaiah, who's a senior leader of the Congress, say, and he's heard saying that why did they have to put up a poster of Savarkar in a Muslim area? Now, obviously, they're seeing a correlation between both. And if you look at this SDPI vandal, this violent SDPI man, is forcing them to remove the posters of Veer Savarkar. Look at this. You can see in this video, as it progresses, they're removing the poster of Savarkar. Piyush is also joining me live. Piyush spoke to the wife of this SDPI man. He's got the full details. Piyush, why don't you tell us what you found out?
Pertains to August 13, Niranjan, and in that particular video we can clearly see as to how this man, MD Asif, is seen raising the issue, is seen shouting there inside the mall, and after that we saw how the poster of Veer Savarkar was torn apart by him and one of his close aides. After that, police registered a complaint and he was arrested also. But the point here is that why did he do that? Now the BJP is coming out and linking the entire stabbing incident with that incident only by saying that the day this SDPI activist went inside the mall and created the furor there, and also torn apart the poster of Savarkar, on that very day the tensions started simmering in the district, and since then on 15th of August we saw how around 50 to 60 people gathered there at Ahmed Mir roundabout in Shivamogga, where clashes took place. A group of 50 to 60 people, they wanted to remove the poster of Veer Savarkar and they wanted to affix the poster of Tipu Sultan there. After that, we also saw as to how a man was stabbed. Today we also spoke to a Congress leader and wife of MD Asif, SDPI activist, Mehak Sharif. She has now come out and she is saying that why did they put the posters of Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru and other freedom fighters with Veer Savarkar? And if you see such poster, obviously you would get agitated, and this is what Asif did. This is what the wife of Asif is telling us. Remember that she is a Congress corporator, and BJP is linking to the entire incident with the Congress party by saying that this has been done basically by Congress, and Congress party at the national level and also at the state level is supporting Mehak Sharif, and subsequently being the husband of Mehak Sharif, he went there to the mall and torn the poster of Veer Savarkar. So looking at the entire incident, now police is saying that they will continue to investigate. So far 4 people have been arrested. The situation of the man who was stabbed is still, not very good. He is being treated there in the hospital. Today, the top BJP leaders, including BL Santosh, Ishwarappa, Raghavendra, they went to hospital to check about his condition. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation further proceeds.
Right, Piyush, there is a man injured because of this Savarkar Tipu Sultan controversy, and in the pictures is the man who possibly started it all. He's identified as Asif, and also, apart from the fact that he's husband of a Congress corporator, he belongs to the SDPI, and that's why the BJP up in arms and making an issue of it. The question is whether they would be acting against him if he started it all. Piyush spoke to the wife of Muhammad Asif a while back. Let's listen into how she defended her husband.
हमारे साथ इस वक्त महक शरीफ जी मौजूद हैं, जिनको लेकर आज सुबह से विवाद हुआ है। केस ईश्वरप्पा जो है उन्होंने आरोप लगाया कि जो भी शिवमोगा में हुआ वो कांग्रेस की वजह से हुआ और कांग्रेस का सपोर्ट जो है पूरे इस इंसिडेंट को है। बात करते हैं इनसे। महक जी, जो हुआ उसको लेकर बीजेपी अब सवाल खड़े कर रही है। वो ये कह रही कि सारा वाकया मॉल में जो इंसिडेंट हुआ वहाँ से शुरू हुआ, आसिफ जी वहाँ पे गए, उसके बाद जो है पोस्टर फाड़ा, उसके बाद से पूरे शिवमोगा में तनावपूर्ण स्थिति हुई। क्या कहेंगे
आप? सच्चाई को दिखाइए, बस मैं वही चाहती हूँ। कुछ भी उन लोगों ने डैमेज नहीं किया, उधर कुछ भी टच नहीं किया है, कोई चीज़ को है ना मैनुअल नहीं हुआ है, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है। आप सच्चाई को क्यों छिपा रहे हैं? हम लोग इंसान हैं, हम लोग इंडियंस है, हम लोग ये काम गद्दारी का काम क्यों करेंगे? ज़रूरत क्या है हम लोगों को?
वीडियो आया है, जो वीडियो दिखा भी,
वीडियो में कुछ भी नहीं है। आप वंस अगेन उसको है ना रिपीट कीजिए, आप लोगों को सच्चाई पता चल जाएगा। उन लोगों का हाई पिच में बात किया है, ऑटोमेटिकली उसका जो जज्बा है वो निकला है। बस जो गुस्से से बात किया है तो इंसान गलत है, आप कैसा बोल सकते हैं? नहीं ना। कभी भी इंसान जब गलत बात किया तो उसका मतलब आप निकाल सकते हैं, लेकिन उसने ना कभी गलती बात नहीं किया है। हम लोग मुसलमान हैं, हमारा जो फ्रीडम फाइटर्स है उन लोगों का फोटोस आप क्यों नहीं डाला है? बस उतना ही पूछा है, उसका हक है। हम लोगों का सबका राइट्स है। हम लोग इधर पैदा होके हम लोग नहीं पूछेंगे तो हमारा इंडियंस में हमारा कुछ भी नहीं बचा है। अब कोई बाहर से आएगा, कोई गलती करेगा, हम लोगों को पूछने का हक नहीं है क्या? हम लोग इधर ही पैदा होके हम लोग पूछेगा तो उसमें क्या, कौन सा गलती बात है? बोलिए।
लेकिन कहा जा रहा है कि कानून व्यवस्था तब खराब हुई जब वीर सावरकर का फोटो फाड़ा गया। इस पर आप क्या कहें?
कहाँ पर भी वीर सावरकर उनका फोटोस नहीं फाड़ा गया, ये गलत बात है। सच्चाई आप वीडियो क्लिप्स को वंस अगेन आप रिपीट कीजिए, आपको पता चल जाएगा। कुछ भी वैसा नहीं चला है। क्यों मैसेज, रॉन्ग मैसेज आप लोगों को
क्या हुआ था? आप बताइए हुआ क्या था?
मॉल में चले गए, मॉल में कोई है ना, उन लोगों ने है ना कुछ थिंग्स लेने के लिए गया है तो उधर देखा ऑटोमेटिकली जो कॉरपोरेशन से अरेंज किया हुआ कुछ फ्रीडम फाइटर उनका फ़ोटोज़ थे, तो उसमें था महात्मा गांधी उनका फ़ोटो था, उधर कोने में था, और नेहरू उनका कोने में था, अंबेडकर उनका भी फ़ोटो छोटा बना के उधर कोने में डाला। फिर क्यों हम लोग सावरकर उनका फ़ोटो इतना बड़ा डाला है? क्यों मुसलमान भी एक तभी है ना, वो भी फ्रीडम फाइटर है, उन लोगों का फ़ोटो किधर है? हाँ, सावरकर के उनके बारे में क्या कहा है? वो ब्रिटिश के टाइम में है ना, वो कितने की बार है ना लेटर लिख के डाल के वो लोग ऐसा काम किया, ऐसा चप्पल चाटा है बोल के ऐसा बोला तो बोला है। लेकिन है ना, अब इतना सोशल मीडिया में किधर भी जाएंगे आपको इतना लोग गलत बात करते हैं, उन लोगों को कुछ भी एक्शन नहीं लिया है आपने। आपको सामने दिखा है जब हमारा शिमोगा कर्नाटक में इतना सब कुछ हो रहा है, आप है ना एक आदमी ने गलत नहीं पूछा है, गलत कुछ भी बात भी नहीं किया है, क्यों इतना बड़ा हंगामा मचा रहे हैं आप लोग?
सावरकर का फोटो नहीं लगना चाहिए था?
पार्टी वाइज देखेगा तो उन लोगों का जो उनका ऑफिस में लगा सकते हैं। हम लोगों को कोई भी ऐसा बोल के है ना, कॉरपोरेशन से भी हम लोगों को नहीं आया है कि है ना ऐसा सावरकर उनका फ़ोटो लगा रहे, महात्मा गांधी उनका फ़ोटो ऐसा लगा रहे हैं, अंबेडकर का फ़ोटो यूँ लगा रहे हैं। क्यों? कितने सारे हैं ना फ्रीडम फाइटर्स है, उन लोगों का क्यों नहीं, हम लोगों को फर्स्ट, हम लोगों कॉर्पोरेटर है, हम लोगों को फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन करना चाहिए था ना, हम लोगों को क्यों नहीं किया।
मैं वही आपसे जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि पार्टी की अगर बात करें, आपकी बात करें, आप कॉर्पोरेटर यहाँ के नेता हैं, यहाँ आप मानते सावरकर की फ़ोटो नहीं होनी चाहिए थी, जब बल्कि टीपू सुल्तान की होनी चाहिए थी।
एक्चुअली आप हिस्ट्री ओपन करेंगे तो आपको सच्चाई पता चल जाएगा टीपू सुल्तान ने क्या किया है। वो भी एक फ्रीडम फाइटर है। मैसूर में जाइए आपको पता चल जाएगा, आप श्रृंगेरी में जाइए आपको पता चल जाएगा। कुछ उन्होंने जो अच्छा किया है छपा जा रहा है, वो अच्छा किया हुआ क्यों आप नहीं सामने नहीं लेके नहीं आ रहे? क्या किया है वैसा? इंडिया का हालत आप कहाँ पर लेके जा रहे हैं? क्यों हम लोगों को इतना तकलीफ दे रहे हैं? आपको क्या मिलेगा?
जो आज से वीडियो में दिख रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या कहेंगी?
कौन सा वीडियो?
वीडियो जो आया है जिसमें आसिफ गुस्से में है और वो वहाँ फोटो फाड़ा जा रहा है, वहाँ पे और भी लोगों की
वो गुस्से में आया है, वो उसका मतलब है ना, गुस्से में जब भी इंसान बात करता है गलत है बोल के मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगी। वो देश प्रेम है, देश के हक के वास्ते पूछा है। हम लोग इधर जी रहे हैं, सब मिलजुल के जीने के वास्ते हम लोग इतना ट्राई कर रहे हैं। ये क्यों इतना ये ऐसा काम करना चाह रहे हैं कि हम लोग हिंदू मुसलमान क्यों लड़ाई चाहिए? क्यों चाहिए? क्या मिलेगा इन लोगों को? इंसानियत नहीं है। हम लोग इंसानियत से जी रहे हैं। अब मेरे वार्ड में भी है ना, तो ये 80% माइनॉरिटी रहेगा, 30% हम लोगों को इधर है ना, हिंदू भी है, क्रिश्चियंस है, सब लोग हैं, हम मिलजुल के हैं। किसी को भी दुख होगा हम लोग चले जाएंगे। क्यों इंसान नहीं है? हाँ, पहले हम लोगों को चाहिए इंसानियत चाहिए, नेक्स्ट हमको पार्टी चाहिए।
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬರ್ರಿ. ಬೂಟ್ ಕಾಲ್ನದ್ದವ್ರು ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಹೋರಾಟಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರು ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ. ಕ್ಷಮಾಪಣೆ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಬೂಟ್ ಕಾಲ್ನದ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ? ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗ್ರಿ.
ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ಅವರು ಇವರು ಇಷ್ಟೇನೆ ಸೌರಕರೇನ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು, ಅವನೇನ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಅವನು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರ ಗುಲಾಮ, ಅವನ ಫೋಟೋ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. ದೇಶಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹೋರಾಟ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರದ್ದಿಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಫೋಟೋ, ಸೌರಕರನ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಫೋಟೋ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು? ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಸಣ್ಣ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಇದು ಇವ್ರದ್ದು
ಬೂಟ್ ನೆಕ್ದವರು, ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಬೂಟ್ ನೆಕ್ದವರು ಕ್ಷಮಾಪಣೆ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿದಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಫೋಟೋ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ वहाँ जाना था, वहीं शादी जाना था, फारूक याद को।
कि अब कश्मीरी पंडितों के पास सिर्फ एक ही रास्ता है कि वो कश्मीर को छोड़ दें। ये कश्मीरी पंडित संघर्ष समिति कह रही है। केंद्र सरकार के लिए इससे ज्यादा डूब मरने के लिए कोई बात नहीं हो सकती कि ये कश्मीरी पंडितों को तो सुरक्षा नहीं दे पा रहे, भारत के गरीबों को ये मुफ्त की सुविधा नहीं दे पा रहे, इनको मुफ्त की रेवड़ी लग रही है। रोहिंग्याओं को ये फ्लैट बांट रहे हैं, रोहिंग्याओं को ये 24 घंटे सिक्योरिटी देने का इनके मंत्री ऐलान कर रहे हैं। अब मैं आपको इनकी कुछ वीडियोस दिखाना चाहूंगा, इनके कुछ नेताओं के, कि ये रोहिंग्याओं के बारे में क्या बातें करते थे और क्या षड्यंत्र पीछे से कर रहे हैं। दिखा दो भी, तीनों में से कोई भी तीनों एक करके दिखाओ।
क्या आम आदमी पार्टी ने
All right, that is Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson
speaking on the issue of Rohingyas, which was picked up by the Ministry of Home Affairs, suggesting that it was the Delhi government which was planning to resettle Rohingyas, and a proposal had come which wanted those Rohingyas who have legal
सबक मिलेगा और दिल्ली की जनता उनको लेटा देगी, क्योंकि वो आतंकियों के समर्थन में आए, वो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या के समर्थन में आए। आपने देखा रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को रोकने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नजर में। आप मुझे बताओ, भारत के नागरिक को यहाँ न आने देने वाली ये पीडीपी रोहिंग्या का स्वागत करती है। रोहिंग्याओं को रोकना चाहिए या नहीं रोकना चाहिए? जोर से बोलो, रोकना चाहिए या नहीं रोकना चाहिए? इसके लिए हम एनआरसी लेकर आने वाले हैं। एक बार नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार बना दो, अगले 5 साल के पहले देश भर से एक एक घुसपैठियों को चुन चुन कर निकालने का काम।
अभी देखिए मजे की बात ये देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, पहले गाली दी इन्होंने पीडीपी को कि पीडीपी ने रोहिंग्या बसा दिए, और फिर पीडीपी के साथ इन्होंने सरकार बनाई। पीडीपी के साथ सरकार के दौरान भी इन्होंने रोहिंग्याओं को वहां से नहीं निकाला, और आज की तारीख में भी केंद्र शासित जम्मू कश्मीर से रोहिंग्याओं को निकाल नहीं पाए हैं। इन्होंने उनको वहीं पे बसा रखा है। दिल्ली के अंदर रोहिंग्या किसने बसाए? इन्होंने बसाए। पूरे देश के अंदर रोहिंग्या बसाए गए, किन्होंने बसाए? भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बसाए। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सुप्रीम, एक मिनट मैम, आप एक मिनट, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा यह आदेश दिया गया है केंद्र सरकार द्वारा कि आप इन सब लोगों को डिपोर्ट करिए, मगर कोई डिपोर्टेशन नहीं हो रहा। केंद्र सरकार ने तो 8 साल पहले कहा था कि इनको डिपोर्ट करेंगे, अभी तक डिपोर्ट नहीं किया गया। 2017 में किरण रिजिजू कह रहे हैं कि 40,000 रोहिंग्या हैं, और मैं अभी आपको आदेश गुप्ता का वीडियो दिखाऊंगा, उसके अंदर वो कह रहे हैं 5 लाख रोहिंग्या हैं। 40,000 से 5 लाख हो गए रोहिंग्या, और केंद्र सरकार देखती रह गई। तो कौन बसा रहा है? किरण रिजिजू जब मंत्री बने और आदेश गुप्ता अब जो अध्यक्ष बने, उसके बीच में कोई और सरकार तो आई नहीं भारत के अंदर, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। एक और है आदेश गुप्ता का, वो वीडियो चलाई जिसमें वो बता रहे हैं 5 लाख रोहिंग्या हो गए। इसका मतलब भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने फायदे के लिए देश के अंदर रोहिंग्याओं को लेके आ रही है, और अपने फायदे के लिए अब इनको फ्लैट देके बसाया जा रहा है।
सरकार ने 5 साल से जवाब नहीं। बांग्लादेशी जो 5 लाख के आसपास दिल्ली में रहते हैं, उस पर दिल्ली सरकार
बस इतना ही हो गया। ये किरण जी, बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या एक्चुअली क्या है, रोहिंग्याज के ऊपर भी जो बड़ा एलिगेशन ये है कि म्यांमार में उनको एक्सेप्ट इसीलिए नहीं किया गया क्योंकि वो बेसिकली बांग्लादेश से आए हैं, इसलिए म्यांमार ने उनको रोहिंग्या करके, बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या कह के उनको अपने देश से स्टेटलेस किया। जी, आपका कोई अगर सवाल है तो आप सवाल पूछ सकते हैं।
मेरा सवाल है, दरअसल आप जिस मुद्दे पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं उस पर गृह मंत्रालय ने एक बयान जारी कर सफाई दी एक तरह से, और बयान में कुछ बातें की, उस पर आपको जवाब भी चाहिए। उन्होंने ये कहा है कि गृह मंत्रालय ने किसी भी तरह के कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया है इस तरह की ईडब्ल्यूएस फ्लैट्स में शिफ्ट करने के लिए रोहिंग्या को, और इसका प्रपोजल दिल्ली सरकार ने दिया था, ये उनका बयान। जी
देखिए, हरदीप पुरी का ट्वीट कब का है, आप समय देख के बताइए, मैं भी देख के बताता हूँ।
8 घंटे पहले, आज सुबह गए
है ना, आज सुबह का मैं एक बार देख के बता देता हूँ। यहाँ थोड़ा नेट नहीं आता। 8 बजे का
8 बजे करीब क्या
सुबह का 8 बजे का हरदीप पुरी जी का ट्वीट है, ये मेरे पास खुल गया। 7:32 का 17 अगस्त 2022 का हरदीप पुरी जी के 2 ट्वीट हैं जिसपे उन्होंने पूरा क्लेम किया है। उन्होंने सिर्फ जानकारी नहीं दी है, उन्होंने बताया है कि भारत ने क्या किया है और उसने उस पर गर्व जताया है। उन्होंने कहा है इंडिया हैज ऑलवेज वेलकम्ड हु हैव सॉट रिफ्यूज इन द कंट्री। भारत ने हमेशा स्वागत किया जो शरणार्थी भारत में आए। तो हरदीप पुरी ने तो बोल दिया कि नरेंद्र मोदी की केंद्र सरकार ने इन बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं का स्वागत किया, उन्होंने इस देश के अंदर उनका स्वागत किया। इन अ लैंडमार्क डिसीजन all Rohingya refugees will be shifted to the EWS flats in बक्करवाला एरिया ऑफ दिल्ली। इनका लैंडमार्क डिसीजन है भाई। अरविंद केजरीवाल के लैंडमार्क डिसीजन की कोई ना तालियां बजाएंगे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मंत्री अपने डिसीजन की तालियां बजा रहे हैं। This will be provided, they will be provided basic amenities, United Nations ID cards and round the clock दिल्ली पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन। दिल्ली पुलिस किसकी प्रोटेक्शन देगी और दिल्ली पुलिस किसकी है? इनकी। और इन्होंने अटैक किसको किया है? पीएमओ इंडिया। प्रधानमंत्री जी को कोई अवार्ड की मुझे लगता है कि कोई जरूरत होगी, इसलिए यूनाइटेड नेशंस पीएमओ सबको टैग करके लिखा गया है। और यह भी लिखा दोज हु हैव मेड करियर आउट ऑफ स्प्रेडिंग कनार्ड्स ऑन इंडियाज रिफ्यूजी पॉलिसी डेलिबरेटली लिंकिंग इट टू सीए विल बी डिसअपॉइंटेड। मतलब उन्होंने ये बात मानी कि भारत सरकार की रिफ्यूजी पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत सभी रोहिंग्याओं को एक्सेप्ट किया, स्वीकार किया, स्वागत किया और अब इनको हम फ्लैट देंगे और 24 घंटे की सिक्योरिटी देंगे। इंडिया रिस्पेक्ट्स एंड फॉलोज यूएन रिफ्यूजी कन्वेंशन 1951, जबकि यूएन रिफ्यूजी कन्वेंशन 1951 दलील कौन देते हैं हमेशा से? रोहिंग्या। मगर इंडिया इस कन्वेंशन की सिग्नेटरी नहीं है। हरदीप पुरी जी पूरे देश को धोखा दे रहे हैं। ये जो 1951 यूएन रिफ्यूजी कन्वेंशन है, इसकी सिग्नेटरी इंडिया नहीं है, ना ही इंडिया के ऊपर ये बाध्य है। यही हमेशा भारत सरकार की डिफेंस रही है रोहिंग्याओं के खिलाफ, जिसको हरदीप पुरी ने पलट दिया है और लिखा है वी विल प्रोवाइड रिफ्यूज टू ऑल रिगार्डलेस ऑफ देयर रेस, रिलीजन एंड क्रीड। तो साफ हो गया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी सरकार के मंत्री ने ऐलान किया है कि भारत सरकार ने इनको यहां पे स्वागत किया है, इनको जगह दी है, इनको प्रोटेक्शन दिल्ली पुलिस ने दी है और ये भारत सरकार की नई रिफ्यूजी पॉलिसी के तहत किया जा रहा है और ये बहुत बढ़िया है, ये इन्होंने कहा है। अब क्या है कि 7:30 बजे हरदीप पुरी ने ट्वीट किया, 10:15 साढ़े 10 के करीब मैंने हरदीप पुरी जी के ट्वीट को कोट करके उनको कहा कि आप ये देश की सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं, आप देश के खिलाफ ये षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं और आपके ऊपर लानत है। उसके ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों ने इनको गालियां देनी शुरू की। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थकों ने हमें फोन करने शुरू किए कि हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज ही छोड़ेंगे। इन्होंने पूरे देश को धोखा दिया, ये पूरे देश के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं। तो अब एमएचए की एक लीपापोती की जा रही है, मगर जो किया गया उसको बदला नहीं जा सकता। बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया।
और उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि जल्द से जल्द दिल्ली सरकार को डिटेंशन।
सर आप लोग का स्टैंड क्या है? डिटेंशन सेंटर में रहना चाहिए
क्या? इसमें ये भी बात कही गई है कि दिल्ली सरकार के चीफ सेक्रेटरी किसी मीटिंग में गए थे इस बात को लेकर।
सर एक बार ये क्लियर कर दीजिए सारी।
असल में क्या है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत समझदार समझती है अपने आप को। इनको लगता है कि सबसे ज्यादा चतुर हैं और कुछ भी करेंगे लोगों को बेवकूफ बनाएंगे। ये मैं फाइल नोटिंग लेके आया हूं जिसके अंदर ये डिसीजन हुआ है और ये डिसीजन किसने कराया है? नरेश कुमार ने। वो मुख्य सचिव जो दिल्ली के चुने हुए मंत्रियों के खिलाफ रिपोर्ट बना बना के दे रहे हैं। नरेश कुमार, और किसके साथ मिलके किया है? एफआरआरओ ऑफिस और दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ। एफआरआरओ कौन है? एमएचए का डिपार्टमेंट है जो फॉरेन नेशनल्स के साथ काम करता है। और दिल्ली पुलिस कौन है? जो दोबारा से फिर एमएचए के साथ माननीय अमित शाह जी के मंत्रालय के अंदर काम करता है, उसके साथ मिलकर यह षड्यंत्र किया। और फाइल में क्या लिखा? बड़ी मजेदार बात है। ये लोग इतने षड्यंत्रकारी और इतने गिरे हुए लोग हैं कि आप इनके षड्यंत्र का अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि होम मिनिस्ट्री की फाइल, कहीं होम मिनिस्टर दिल्ली सरकार के हाथ ना लग जाए, इसलिए इस फाइल को मंत्री को भेजा ही नहीं जाएगा। क्या लिखा है प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी होम ने? एज डिसाइडेड इन द मीटिंग एंड as per the para of minutes of meeting, as decided in the meeting and the para of minutes of meeting, a self-content note is prepared to be submitted, is proposed to be submitted to the Honorable LG through CS to apprise on this matter. तो मीटिंग में यह षड्यंत्र रचा गया दिल्ली के चीफ सेक्रेटरी, एफआरआरओ और दिल्ली पुलिस के अफसरों द्वारा कि ये मामला दिल्ली सरकार की पीठ पीछे चोरी छुपे किया जाए, कहीं ये षड्यंत्र खुल ना जाए। इसलिए कहा जा रहा है कि ये फाइल डायरेक्ट चीफ सेक्रेटरी के थ्रू ऑनरेबल एलजी को भेजी जाए। चीफ सेक्रेटरी और ऑनरेबल एलजी के बीच में एक चीज भूल गए, चुनी हुई सरकार का मंत्री भी आता है, होम मिनिस्टर भी आते हैं, मगर होम मिनिस्टर को बाईपास करने की इंस्ट्रक्शन रिटन नोट के अंदर दी जा रही है और मीटिंग के अंदर ये डिसाइड किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि षड्यंत्र ये था कि ये किया जाए और अपनी राजनीति चलाई जाए। मगर हरदीप पुरी जी ने, जो इनके मंत्री हैं और कोई छोटे मोटे मंत्री नहीं है, सीनियर मिनिस्टर हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट हैं, पीएमओ को टैग कर रहे हैं, ट्वीट करके थपथपा रहे हैं अपनी कमर, अपनी पीठ। वो कह रहे हैं अब बाकी अब लीपा पोती जो है वो चलती रहेगी, मगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लाखों समर्थक भारतीय जनता पार्टी को छोड़कर आम आदमी पार्टी में आने के लिए तैयार है।
नहीं मिला है, नहीं कुछ नहीं मिला है। हम लोग इतने जानते हैं कि 12/8 को वह स्थगन आदेश प्राप्त है। न्यायालय से सम्मन का हाजिर होने का कोई नोटिस, किसी तरह की सूचना हम लोगों को, यानी मेरे क्लाइंट कार्तिकेय कुमार सिंह को नहीं मिली।
जो वारंट जारी हुआ था, जो वारंट है
वही ना स्थगित हुआ। बेलेबल वारंट जो जारी करने का आदेश हुआ, उसी आदेश के खिलाफ में हम लोग एंटीसिपेटरी बेल गए। बेल मिला नहीं मिला, ये तो फाइनल हियरिंग होगा तब न निर्णय होगा। अभी उस वारंट को स्टे कर दिया गया।
12/8 को स्टे ट्रांसफर, 12/8
वह स्टेट है।
अगला डेट फिक्स है 1/9 को।
लोग
हमको
अनाप न शराब कुछ बोल करके पॉलिटिक्स में सब होता है। बेलेबल वारंट इसी केस का जो दानापुर वाला केस है, हाँ, बेलेबल वारंट का आदेश हुआ था, निकला नहीं था, आदेश रिकॉर्ड पर हुआ। उसी आदेश की जानकारी प्राप्त करते ही हम लोगों ने एंटीसिपेटरी कागजा के लिए अथवा से कागजा के लिए मनीष दिलाइए तो कागजा दीजिए। हाँ कागजा दीजिए। क्या हुआ देखिए उधर कुछ हमारा FIR है, हमारे हाथ में और कागज था तो क्या हुआ? वहाँ ये है FIR, ई पढ़ के सुनाइए नहीं। नहीं, हम कुछ नहीं, वो जो पूछेंगे वो सुना देंगे।
कौन सा मामला है?
कौन सा मामला था? कब से मामला
पुलिस ने जो
बता रहे हैं। हाँ,
पुलिस ने जो अपना फाइनल रिपोर्ट किया,
हाँ,
वो क्या कोर्ट में सबमिट हो चुका है?
हाँ, बिल्कुल हो चुका है।
सबमिट है, मिली है,
हाँ,
मिली है। वो फिर फॉरेन क्यों?
हाँ,
और कब पुलिस ने फाइनल सबमिट रिपोर्ट?
आप बता देते हैं आपको। पुलिस ने सबमिट किया 19/9/18 को, 19/9/18, जिसमें साफ लिखा कि कार्तिकेय सिंह उर्फ मास्टर साहब के विरुद्ध कोई साक्ष्य नहीं है, इनकी संलिप्तता इस कांड में नहीं पाई गई है। हाँ, वही चीज आपको अभी हम बता। सुनिए, अब हमारा जितना आवाज है उतना ही न बोलेंगे। आपने कहा कि जब पुलिस ने फाइनल कर दिया तो वारंट क्यों हुआ, यही न सवाल है। उसी सवाल का जवाब हमने आपको दिया कि मुकदमा दो प्रकार का होता है। एक मुकदमा पुलिस में जो होता है उसका अनुसंधान पुलिस करती है, और अनुसंधान कंप्लीट करने के बाद पुलिस जिस व्यक्ति के विरुद्ध चार्जशीट करना है उसके विरुद्ध चार्जशीट करती है। तब चार्जशीट के आधार पर मजिस्ट्रेट उस पर संज्ञान लेते हैं। दूसरा मुकदमा कंप्लेंट केस होता है, जो पुलिस में
कहने का मतलब
नहीं सवाल है जो पूछ रहे हैं। सुनिए,
चाहे तो पुलिस का जो डायरी गया मजिस्ट्रेट एक्सेप्ट कर ले, चाहे
नहीं, सो बात नहीं है। ये जो कह रहे हैं सवाल, उनका जवाब हम दे रहे हैं कि पुलिस फाइनल करने के बाद भी कोर्ट ने वारंट का ऑर्डर क्यों किया, उसी का जवाब दे रहे हैं कि दूसरा मुकदमा जो कंप्लेंट केस होता है उसी तरह से मजिस्ट्रेट को पावर दिया गया कि पुलिस फाइनल करने के बावजूद भी मजिस्ट्रेट उस पर अपना इंक्वायरी करेंगे, और इंक्वायरी करने के बाद वह धारा 200 और 202 में CRPC में मजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी करते हैं, और पुलिस सब के फाइनल रिपोर्ट के बावजूद भी उन्हें अधिकार दिया गया है कि यदि वह मटेरियल पाते हैं तो किसी भी अभियुक्त को जिसके विरुद्ध सम्मन पुलिस ने फाइनल किया है उसके विरुद्ध भी सम्मन कर सकते हैं। तो अरे आप सुन लीजिए, एकदम बोलने दीजिए। इतना लोग हैं, सब लोगों को संतुष्ट करेंगे, एकदम संतुष्ट करेंगे। एक सवाल जितना पूछेंगे सब बताएंगे। आप बताइए, आप जितना, हाँ, आपको खाली इतने जिस्ट बता देते हैं। आप सुनिए ना, अरे सुनिए, लास्ट पैरा ये फाइनल जो फॉर्म है, इस फॉर्म में आप देखेंगे कि टोटल 21 आदमी का नाम है, अब प्लस 2 आदमी और हैं, 22, 23, 24, टोटल 24 आदमी का नाम है, जिसमें 21 आदमी के विरुद्ध पुलिस कहती है कि इनके विरुद्ध मामला सत्य पाया गया। और बता, अरे भाई वही लास्ट पैरा बोल रहे हैं। आप इतना पूछे हैं तो एक्सप्लेन करके आपको बता दे रहे हैं, सब बता दे रहे हैं। लास्ट ही पैरा गया, लास्ट ही पैरा पर हमको बताया ना, जो बताया उसी के इन लोगों के 21 लोगों के विरुद्ध यह सत्य पाया गया है, एवं 23 नंबर कार्तिकेय सिंह उर्फ मास्टर साहब, 24 नंबर आशीष हल्दर की संलिप्तता इस कांड में नहीं पाई गई है। नीचे हाँ, अब देखिए यहाँ लास्ट जो है, यहाँ राकेश कुमार फलाना फलाना राजू शर्मा इतना इतना के धारा अंतर्गत आरोप पत्र संख्या 408 दिनांक 19/9/18 समर्पित करता हूं, ताकि माननीय न्यायालय में विचारण हो सके। बस यही नहीं है इसमें। अनुप्रेषित माने नॉट सेंटअप, और जिनके विरुद्ध चार्जशीट होता है उसको सेंटअप करता है, इसलिए इतना स्पष्ट है।
United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president. And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the chief, is also scheduled to visit Odessa and Istanbul to see one of the ports involved in the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Joint Coordination Center set up to implement it. Peru records the highest number of monkeypox patients in Latin America and the second highest in South America, according to Peru's Medical Association. Infectiologists in the country have begun to draw hypotheses to find the reasons for the rapid expansion of the virus.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है। हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक। तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहां पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 टू 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज़ में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of an active terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees per litre starting today on account of rising input costs. This is in fact the second consecutive hike by Amul and Mother Dairy in nearly 6 months.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens.
Viewers, we're getting some massive development in Bihar. The new Bihar minister, Kartikeya Singh, is facing kidnapping charges. And according to that warrant copy, Bihar law minister is an absconder. That's the big news coming in at this point of time, viewers, that the Bihar law minister is slapped with an arrest warrant. We're getting back-to-back updates and reactions coming in on this big story. Take a look at the top reactions we have got, and also Republic TV's correspondent Prakash is getting us these exclusive details.
कानून मंत्री बना, मैं देश का कानून मंत्री रहा हूं, मेरे लिए पीड़ा की बात है। कानून मंत्री का एक महत्व होता है, उसकी एक गरिमा होती है, वो कानून का रखवाला होता है, और वो कानून मंत्री अपहरण के आरोप का भगोड़ा है। और देखिए, जैसा मैंने पहले कहा, उनके एंटीसिपेटरी बेल को 16/2/2017 को ही पटना हाईकोर्ट ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया था। कितने साल हो गए? 5 साल से अधिक। और कहा था आप सरेंडर करेंगे, रेगुलर बेल लेंगे, मतलब जाइए जेल जाइए। 364 की सजा होती है आजीवन कारावास, किडनैपिंग विथ मर्डर होता है, और ये सब आपने किया। फिर आप क्वाशिंग में आए, वो भी हाई कोर्ट ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया 7/7/22 को,
2022 को
कहा कि जाइए ट्रायल फेस करिए। तो जब पटना हाई कोर्ट ने 5 साल पर रिजेक्ट कर दिया, तो फिर क्या कहा जा रहा है? दानापुर के एडीजे ने उनको 12/8 को कहा कि एंटीसिपेटरी बिल में नो कोएर्सिव एक्शन। ये एडीजे को पावर नहीं है। जब हाई कोर्ट ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया तो एडीजे कोई पावर ही नहीं है। ये बहुत बड़ा स्कैंडल है। मैं अपेक्षा करूंगा कि पटना हाई कोर्ट इसका संज्ञान लेगा, एडीजे सी दानापुर के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करेगा, और अगर मतलब तो ये कि उनका नाम जब तय हो गया, उनको 16 अगस्त को सरेंडर करना था, तो रास्ता कहीं से कुछ मैनेज करो, तो ये मैनेज्ड आदेश है। मैं इसकी भर्त्सना करता हूं, लेकिन नीतीश कुमार इतने निरीह हो गए, इतने बेचारे हो गए कि सुशासन बाबू का दावा करते हैं और आपके कानून मंत्री का ये हाल है, और आप कहते हैं मुझे कुछ नहीं पता है।
सरकार को हटाना, 24 को लेकर जो न्याय योजना है हटाना है, मोदी को हटाना है।
मंत्रिमंडल से क्या बोलिएगा सर? सर मंत्रिमंडल से क्या बोलिएगा सर? क्या बोलिएगा?
बोल रहे हैं, अरे शीशा खोले हुए बोल रहे हैं। सर सरकार बनते ही जो सरकार पर हमलावर सुशील मोदी ने कहा है, और ये सुशील मोदी का क्या झूठा है? ऐसा कोई मामला है सर? कोई ऐसा मामला नहीं, ऐसा कोई मामला।
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Swift action by centre in FIFA ban scandal. Union government informs Supreme Court may break ice with FIFA. BJP forms new parliamentary board. Gadkari and Shivraj drop. Yediyurappa and Sonowal now included.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as flood water from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to flood waters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है। हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक। तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहां पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 टू 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज़ में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of inactive terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees per litre starting today on account of rising input costs. This is in fact the second consecutive hike by Amul and Mother Dairy in nearly 6 months.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond.
Viewers, we're getting an update right now, and a breaking update at that, on the cattle smuggling case. Now, Anubrato's daughter, Sukanya Mondol's name has come up in the West Bengal teachers recruitment scam. Remember that the recruitment scam is something which is troubling the West Bengal government right now. High Court has instructed her to appear by 3 p.m. tomorrow. Advocate Firdaus Shamim mentioned this in the court, how Sukanya got a job as a teacher without clearing the exam which is required for her to assume such a role. She's working as a teacher in Kalikapur Primary School. Kishalev is joining me live. Kishalev joining us live from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishalev, we are seeing back-to-back updates. Now the focus is on Anubrata's daughter's role in this cattle smuggling case. Take us to the details.
Well, Shivangi, this is one of the biggest breaking of the day. We were keeping an eye on Anubrata Mondol's daughter in the cattle smuggling case. But right now, there is a big twist that has come up where it is mentioned in the High Court by one of the advocates in this case that Anubrata Mondol's daughter too, like Paresh Adhikari's daughter, got a job as a primary teacher in the school without appearing for the TET examination. I'll remind you that Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee are already in custody, in judicial custody in this case. Partho Chatterjee was the ex-education minister and one of the very senior Trinamool leaders. He is in jail right now. And CBI, that case was looked up by ED. And right now CBI was looking at Anubrata Mondol's cattle smuggling scam. But right now the twist comes where Anubrata Mondol's daughter has now been mentioned as one of the people, one of the candidates who got job as a primary teacher in West Bengal without appearing in the TET exam or primary teachers eligibility exam. So right now the TET examination or primary teachers recruitment scandal or scam has grown even bigger with Anubrata Mondol's name coming in it, and now Anubrata Mondol's daughter's name, Sukanya Mondol's name, has also come in it, and High Court has instructed Anubrata Mondol's daughter to appear before the court by 3 p.m. tomorrow. And we are looking at what are the next updates in this, as there are name of other 6 people also who are related to Anubrata Mondol. Surely more trouble for Anubrata and his daughter. Shivangi.
Kishore, this is coming as, in fact, a big setback there as well to the West Bengal government with the cases of this cattle smuggling case. Then we also have the recruitment scam, which is ongoing right now. Also, the CBI has been keeping a very close eye on the bank account of Anubrata Mondol's daughter and the financial transactions in the cattle smuggling scam. Take us through where this investigation is at this point of time and the other people which are involved and suspected to be involved in this scam.
Well, Shivangi, very rightly put, as you have said, that CBI was already looking into this matter, investigating this matter very seriously, where a CBI team reached Anubrata Mondol's house today, even as Anubrata Mondol is in CBI custody in Nizam Palace, Kolkata. This CBI team reached Bolpur house of Anubrata Mondol and they wanted to question his daughter, Sukanya Mondol. However, Sukanya Mondol said that she is not feeling well. Her father is in CBI custody and she lost her mother a few days back. So she openly said, clearly said that she is not ready for an interrogation right now. CBI has handed over a notice to her and also looking at her bank accounts and visited, 2 of the CBI officers visited a bank after interrogating her, after visiting her house. However, the twist came later on in the day when this same person, Sukanya Mondol, Anubrata Mondol's daughter, was named in the Calcutta High Court in the TET and primary scam case. Therefore, 2 very different cases. One case of cattle smuggling where Anubrata Mondol is already in custody and the thing is probed by CBI, is now additionally being probed also by ED, because now comes the TET scam or the primary teacher scam, where a huge number of people were given jobs and they were given jobs in return of money, or they were given jobs because they were close to some minister or Trinamool Congress leader allegedly. So this is a new case that comes in Anubrata's name, Shivangi.
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of an active terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight. In the cattle smuggling case, the CBI has come across important information pertaining to role of Anubrata and his daughter with regard to amassing of properties amounting to crores of rupees. Leading milk suppliers Amul and Mother Dairy will increase milk prices by 2 rupees per litre starting today on account of rising input costs. This is in fact the second consecutive hike by Amul and Mother Dairy in nearly 6 months.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond. Army 2022 exhibition, Russia unveils a military robot with an attached rocket launcher. Robot is a 4-legged machine dubbed with M81, advertised as a combat unit capable of striking targets and transporting ammunition. According to sources, the robot was later found to have striking similarities to a Chinese model available for purchase at an online shopping site.
To keep our focus on West Bengal at this point of time, remember that very big development coming right now from West Bengal. The top story in West Bengal right now would be the updates on the cattle smuggling case, where now the lens and the focus has now shifted to Anubrato's daughter Sukanya Mondal. Her name has come up right now in the West Bengal teachers recruitment scam. The High Court has instructed her to appear by 3 p.m. And Kishle is joining me from the Republic Bangla newsroom, who's getting us all the updates on this big case. Now, Kishle, we were discussing about how important this case is right now, because a lot of pressures on the West Bengal government. Take us through exactly what are the reactions coming in as investigation not just continues in the cattle smuggling scam, but also in the recruitment scam in West Bengal.
Well, Shivangi, a few days back, all eyes were on Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee, as both of them were probed in the TET or primary teachers recruitment scam, and as huge amount of cash was recovered from Orpita Mukherjee's house, who was related to Partho Chatterjee. After they were arrested, they were put into judicial custody, and ED continues to question them. However, after that, the case that developed was the big cattle scam, which included Anubrata Mondal's name, and now his daughter's name also came up 2 days back, when CBI was specially looking into her bank accounts and how she was benefited in this cattle smuggling case. However, today a big twist came a few hours ago, a few minutes ago in fact, when the Calcutta High Court mentioned this Sukanya Mondal's name. One of the lawyers, Firdaus Shamim, who is one of the lawyers in this case, mentioned how this daughter of Anubrata Mondal has got a primary teacher's job without appearing for the TET examination, which is very necessary to be a primary teacher in West Bengal and in fact in any state of India. She did not even appear for that job, for that exam. Then how did she get this job? That was the question. However, we are keeping a track on this. She'll appear before the court tomorrow. We will be keeping updates of this case every moment. We will be coming back after a short break with more.
In other international stories, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of nuclear blackmail, calls for new sanctions to be imposed in response to it. Further, Zelensky warns the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond. Army 2022 exhibition, Russia unveils a military robot with an attached rocket launcher. Robot is a four-legged machine dubbed with M81, advertised as a combat unit capable of striking targets and transporting ammunition. According to sources, the robot was later found to have striking similarities to a Chinese model available for purchase at an online shopping site. According to a statement by the European Commission, it said as several European countries endure high temperatures and a lack of rain, Europe could be facing its worst drought in 500 years. It also further stated that a definite answer for the same cannot be given at the moment. But according to current data presented, it looks like it might take a bad shape, even worse than 2018. As of now, the drought that the country is experiencing is affecting agriculture, forcing water restrictions and causing wildfires. United Nations.
Did SDPI man spark Savarkar tension?
शिमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है? वो लीडर अभी जेल में है। पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है? एसडीपी है। ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहा है।
Watch the burning question tonight at 8 p.m.
मैं पूरे देश में जाऊंगा, पूरे देश के कोने कोने में जाऊंगा, लोगों को जोड़ूंगा और 130 करोड़ लोगों का अलायंस बनाएंगे। और जब 130 करोड़ लोग जुड़ गए तो भारत को सर्वश्रेष्ठ राष्ट्र, शक्तिशाली राष्ट्र बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
As Arvind Kejriwal pitched himself for 2024, 20 months run up to the big elections, who has the edge? Ornav debates at 9 p.m.
Welcome back. Getting a breaking news development on the cattle smuggling case in Bengal. Now, Anubrata's daughter, Sukanya Mandal's name comes up in West Bengal. Teachers recruitment scam as well. A High Court has instructed that she appear before them 3 p.m. tomorrow. Advocate Firdaus Shamim mentioned in the court how Sukanya got job as a teacher without clearing TET exam. And she's working as a teacher in Kalikapur Primary School. Was she removed? Was she not? Let's go to Kishalai Bhattacharya, who is reporting from Kolkata for us. Kishalai, now Anubrata and her daughter getting dragged in the teachers recruitment scam as well. What is her present status? Is she continuing to be a primary teacher there, or was she removed following the intervention of the High Court?
Well, Abhishek, probably this is the biggest breaking in Bengal after Anubrata Mondal's arrest was made by CBI. Today, this twist came up in this case where CBI was already probing the cattle smuggling case, and suddenly there is a mention of Sukanya Mondal in the High Court, and this mention is made by one of the lawyers who is dealing with the TET scam or the primary teachers recruitment scam. And there is a mention of this Sukanya Mondal, the daughter of Anubrata Mondal, as one of the persons who was recruited as a primary teacher without even clearing the TET examination, which is completely out of protocol. I'll read a list, Abhishek, and this list includes Sukanya Mondal, who is Anubrata Mondal's daughter, who did not qualify the TET examination but is a primary teacher. This includes Shumit Mondal, who is Anubrata Mondal's brother in a sort, brother of Anubrata Mondal, and he also did not qualify TET examination. However, he is a primary teacher. There is name of Orko Datto, personal assistant of Anubrata Mondal. He is a primary teacher. He is a primary teacher, and he did not even clear the TET examination. And more names come up. And nephew of Anubrata Mondal, personal assistant of Anubrata Mondal, brother and his daughter, all of them got recruited by the primary board, in West Bengal without even clearing the TET examination. So the case, which was already building up, which was already exploding in a way, has now exploded even further, as Anubrata Mondal, who was already under scanner of CBI in the cattle smuggling case, and his daughter as well, are now in flak for being a part of this teachers recruitment scam as well. Abhishek.
And what consequence this is going to have on the emerging situation, political situation in Bengal, Kishalai? Minister after minister and relative after relative getting embroiled in one scam or the other. How is Mamata government going to respond to this?
Well, Abhishek, the High Court has summoned this Orpita, this Shukanna Mondal and 6 others in this scam by tomorrow 3 p.m. and they have to appear in the High Court by 3 p.m. tomorrow. However, we did not get any political reactions, though the present education minister Bratto Boshu has mentioned that he didn't even know that this person was working as a primary teacher. We have received that response. So it is yet to be seen whether politically, when Mamata Banerjee we saw last Sunday, she clearly said that why Kesto is what lovingly Mamata Banerjee calls Onubroto. So she said that why Kesto is arrested, what did he do? She did not say something like this in the case of Partho Chatterjee, but Onubroto, she was clearly supporting him in a lot of ways, and she gave statements like this. But now when his name and his daughter's name comes up in the TET scam, the primary teachers recruitment scam, which is one of the probably biggest scam in the country presently, what will she say? That's what we are looking at. And what will Trinamool Congress say? That's what we are looking at. However, again to remind you, Bratto Boshu, the present education minister, has said, I did not have information of this. Abhishek.
Right, obviously that's typically the first response that they don't have information on this. But BJP Soumitra Khan joins us over the phone, a member of parliament. The Bengal Education Minister, Mr. Khan, claiming that he is not aware of involvement of Anubrata's daughter in the teachers recruitment scam as well. She has not qualified for the exam and yet she is a primary teacher. Remember when the Partho story was unraveling, we were reporting that agencies are after many other leaders of Trinamool because they could be involved, and now the story finally coming out. How you see this impacting the Bengal government's and Mamata government's position there on the scams? We have seen how they have been braving it out, so to say, post the Partho and the Anubrata scams, and now the daughter of Anubrata also getting embroiled in the scam. Mr. Khan.
Mamata Banerjee is the scam king. Scam main king of the Mamata Banerjee, because Mamata Banerjee is the scam master of the SSC और the most जितने सारे घटना हुआ है ममता बनर्जी इसके पीछे है. Main king point of Mamata Banerjee is the scam master. And now Anubrata Mondal is the most powerful leader of the Birbhum district and the southern state. So Mamata Banerjee said the Anubrata Mondal.
Mr. Khan, there seems to be some audio issue there. We'll try to connect again with Soumitra Khan, BJP MP, on the issue of Anubrata's daughter now being called by the High Court for her possible involvement in the teachers recruitment scam as well. Remember, the overall investigation by the ED and by other agencies in the teachers recruitment scam is being done under the direct supervision of Kolkata High Court, and this latest development, which is significant. Let's go back to Kishalai on that note. Kishalai, you know, the fact that the courts have been monitoring all these investigations. In this case also, Anubrata's daughter is actually called by the court because a lawyer there mentioned of Anubrata's daughter not clearing the exam and yet becoming a primary teacher. You said that the education minister says he is not aware, but it's not very difficult to find out the exact facts for the minister just in at the snap of a finger, so to say. And you think the Mamata government could be taking some action if the information so comes that Anubrata's daughter actually did not clear the exam and is still is there a teacher there?
Abhishek, still now this person, Shukanna Mondal, is a teacher according to the lawyer, and he has given out the whole list where he has shown that the beneficiaries are all related to Onubroto Mondol, and they got their recruitment, they got their appointment as a teacher without even appearing for the exam, for the TET exam. However, we will be finding out, we will be tracking this story that whether Onubroto Mondol or his daughter or any of the people who are mentioned herein are actually being, any actions are taken against them by the Trinamool Congress, as most of them are related to Trinamool Congress also. I'll also mention how the day unfolded by today morning. We saw CBI reached Onubroto Mondol's house.
यहाँ पर गश्त लगा रहे हैं और आज जो है दूसरा दिन है जब ये मार्च जो है वो शुरू होने वाला है। ठीक मेरे पीछे तस्वीरें देखिए, आरएएफ के जवान जो है वो यहाँ पर तैनात कर दिए गए हैं, जो यहाँ से पूरे इलाके में, शिवमोगा का जो इलाका है वहाँ पर पूरे इलाके में जो है वो मार्च निकाला जाएगा। कल सुबह भी इसी तरह का एक मार्च निकाला गया था, जिसमें जो है आरएएफ के जवान और जो सीनियर पुलिस अधिकारी हैं उन्होंने एक मैसेज देने की कोशिश की थी कि जो लोग हैं वो किसी भी तरह से डरे नहीं, वो कानून का पालन करते रहे, लेकिन जो लोग कानून को अपने हाथ में ले रहे हैं उनको छोड़ा भी नहीं जाएगा, उनके खिलाफ कड़े कदम जो है वो प्रशासन उठाएगा। और इसीलिए आप देखिए ये तस्वीरें जो है यहाँ पर तस्वीरें यहाँ पर हैं। आईजीपी हमारे साथ हैं, हम उनसे बात करते हैं, समझते हैं। सर, ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है इस मार्च का?
नहीं, थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, फिर भी थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है, तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे।
एक चीज़ अभी अगर हालात की बात करें शिमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं?
केरस तो अच्छा है, अच्छा चल रहा है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है।
अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की अगर बात करें कहाँ तक पहुँचा है?
अभी तो चल रहा है, फास्ट में चल रहा है, अभी इसको अरेस्ट किया।
140 अभी लगी है सर, कब तक लगी रहेगी अगर ये?
नहीं, बाद में बात करेंगे।
अच्छा, सो आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जो पुलिस अधिकारी हैं वो यहाँ पर मार्च कर रहे हैं। शिमोगा के अंदर जो है ये मार्च निकाला जा रहा है, फ्लैग मार्च है। आरएएफ के जो अधिकारी हैं, पर्सनल हैं, वो इस मार्च का हिस्सा बने हैं और ये मार्च इसलिए निकाला जा रहा है ताकि एक कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग एक्सरसाइज की जाए। जो लोग जो घटना हुई थी शिमोगा में, उसके बाद जो लोग डरे हुए थे, जिसकी वजह से धारा 144 लगाई गई, उसको जो है दूर किया जाए, कानून का राज हो, ये मैसेज जो है वो यहाँ पर पुलिस अधिकारी दे रहे हैं और साफ साफ कह रहे हैं कि किसी भी तरह से जो लोग कानून अपने हाथ में ले रहे हैं उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। ड्रोन्स का इस्तेमाल भी किया जा रहा है। मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन से कहूँगा भगत जी से कि वो तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ड्रोन्स का इस्तेमाल भी यहाँ पर अधिकारियों द्वारा किया जा रहा है ताकि हर गतिविधि के ऊपर नज़र रखी जाए। तस्वीरें साफ साफ शिमोगा से आ रही हैं जहाँ पर ये मार्च निकाला जा रहा है। यहाँ पर आरएएफ के जो जवान हैं वो गश्त लगाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं यहाँ पर इस वक्त शिमोगा के अंदर। अगर हम
we're getting pictures of the Rapid Action Force carrying out a flag march through the bylanes of Shivamogga with Piyush Mishra reporting live on this story. Remember, Shivamogga stands following the controversy that broke out over the posters of Veer Savarkar that were removed amid a demand that Tipu Sultan also be there. Let's go back to Piyush. He's walking along with the RAF Jawans who are carrying out the flag march in those tense areas. Piyush, if you can tell us to understand the geography, which areas are being covered by this flag march and why? Are these areas those that were targeted by the mobsters, rioters, and are these areas particularly those which face similar tense
absolutely Abhishek, well absolutely Abhishek, we are right now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga of Karnataka. Remember that this is going to be the third flag march which is being taken out by the senior police officers here, and RAF personnel have also joined this flag march. Vajvahan have also been called in, and amidst this band, this flag march is being taken out to build confidence to instill a sense of security, instill a sense of confidence among the people. And a message is being sent out clearly that the police personnel are here to protect to the people, and also to all the people who are breaking the law. They should be scared of the strong actions those are being taken by the police officers. Here we can clearly see the pictures coming in of this flag march from Shimoga of Karnataka. Remember that it's the third flag march, and this is being done to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people. Remember that people are standing on their terrace. They are looking at this, and these are the areas, those are the most affected one because of the violence which took place. This is the same street where the stabbing had basically taken place, following which the local administration had to impose Section 144. In fact, 5 people were, beg your pardon, 4 people were arrested by the local police authorities here, and they have been sent to 2 days of police custody. So police here is taking strict actions against all the perpetrators, and at the same time is sending out a clear message that it is for the law keepers, not for lawbreakers, and that is why you can clearly see how this flag march is being organized by the local authorities, by the RAF personnel. Remember, Abhishek, that this is a third march which is being taken out, and today we also spoke to many political leaders where they suggested about the fact that they will not let law and order to go out of the hand, and that is why strict vigil is being kept by the state government. Today in the morning, K.S. Ishwarappa had also come out, who is also a local MLA. He also told us that the government is keeping a close watch on all the developments, and the perpetrators would not be spared. So far, if we talk about the investigation, the police is continuously looking into the role of individuals, into the role of the organizations, and also if there is any group which is behind the stabbing incident, and that's what the Shimoga police is also looking into it. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation is further going to proceed. But here, the police officers along with RAF personnel are taking out this third march here in Shimoga to instill a sense of confidence, a sense of security, a sense of cooperation by the senior police officers. Also, let me try to show you pictures from the front. You can see how the senior police officers are leading that march, and they are going in all the lanes, all the streets of Shimoga to tell to people that they are here to give them security. They are here to instill a sense of confidence, a sense of protection among the people. But at the same time, lawbreakers must be wary of any kind of incident, and they should not take law in their hand. And that is why we can clearly see as to how this march is being organized by the senior police officers. Right behind me, you can see senior police officers along with RAF personnel are taking part in this march. Let us once again try to get in a word from senior police officers and understand the purpose of this march. So one comment, sir. What's the purpose of this march, sir?
I have told you earlier, no, it was a confidence building measure.
Confidence building. Yes. The third march which we are seeing in Shimoga, have you been able to get in touch with the people? So what are people saying?
That you ask the people.
Okay, sir. How is it going to help, sir? How helpful it has been so far?
So far, it is good.
Cooperation.
Yeah.
So you can clearly see how the police officers are telling us that it's a confidence building measure, and that's why the police personnel here are taking out the march. In fact, they've also told us that so far there has been a great cooperation at the part of people also who are living in this area. These are the pictures coming in from Shimoga, where this march by RF is being conducted. In fact, drones are also being used to keep a close watch on all the developments of this entire area, entire vicinity. Senior police officers are now going in all the lanes, all the streets of Shimoga, and they are doing this for confidence measure. They are doing this to instill a sense of security, a sense of cooperation, a sense of protection among the people, and at the same time a clear message being sent out to the lawbreakers. Now, Abhishek, if we talk about the entire case, what actually led to it, what we are now given to understand is that there was an incident which took place on August 13 in a city center mall in Shimoga, where allegedly an SDPI activist had gone to a local mall where he had torn posters of Veer Savarkar, following which tensions started simmering in the district. And on 15th of August, when the entire district of Shimoga was in celebratory mode, they were observing the Independence Day celebrations. We saw how a gathering took place there at Ahmed Mir roundabout, and there the posters were put up of Veer Savarkar, and then a group of 50 to 60 people reached there and they tried to remove that poster, and they tried to fix the poster of Tipu Sultan, following which clashes broke out, which led to stabbing of a man, and after that the tensions escalated in that district, following which section 144 was imposed, and then the police had to give an order of no more large gatherings of people. And after that we also saw as to how, because of section 144, the situation also came down in control. We are seeing this as the third march being taken out in Shimoga district. Remember that section 144 is still in place, and police personnel continue to do the exercise of confidence building, exercise of instilling a sense of security among the people. And here the RAF personnel are taking out this march in the areas those are most affected one, and we are live from that particular location, that particular street of Shimoga, where the clashes had basically broken out. And here the senior police officers along with RF personnel are doing this an exercise which is a confidence building exercise. You can also see as to how people have come out of their houses and they are also looking at this. In fact, we have also seen as to how there has been exercises of regular interaction with the common man, and this is being done to tell to the locals here that yes, the police here, the Karnataka police, Shimoga district police is here to protect them. And that is why we can clearly see as to how this confidence building measure is being done in the areas where we saw how the clashes had basically broken out. So we are right now reporting from Shimoga, where this march is being taken out by the RF personnel. Senior police officers are leading that entire march. Abhishek.
Right, Piyush, also you gave a long, fantastic walkabout with the RAF Jawans who are carrying out this flag march. What we would like to understand is, if you're getting me, Piyush, what is the status of the investigation? You said that 4 have already been arrested. The man who was stabbed is being treated. How many have been identified as being part of the mob, and how many are on the radar of police there who could be arrested? What is the status of the investigation? So that, a message is sent across that the police is going to be tough. We just want to understand what is the status of the investigation.
Well, Abhishek, if we talk about the status of investigation, so far 4 people have been arrested, and what police is telling us is that they got hold of all the culprits in just 12 hours. So police is telling us that they have concluded their process of arresting people. 4 people who were the main culprits have been arrested, and they continue to investigate the entire case. The questioning of these 4 people is right now underway as we are speaking, and they have been sent to police custody. They are in police custody, which means tomorrow they will again be produced in court. Yesterday the police had got 2 days police custody, and that custody is going to end tomorrow, and tomorrow they will once again be produced in the court. So police is telling us that there were 4 main accused and all of them have been arrested by the police, and the investigation continues to take place. They will be thoroughly grilled. Now, if you talk about one of the accused, Nadeem, remember that he is a history sheeter. If you talk about Nadeem, he has indulged in many cases earlier also. In fact, in 2016 there was a sandal throwing incident which took place at Ganpati procession. In that case also Nadeem was indulged, and police is trying to look into that particular case also and trying to ascertain if Nadeem was convicted in that case also. So police is telling us that there were 4 main accused, and all four accused have been arrested, and the process of arresting these 4 accused took place in just 12 hours. So police firmly, strictly took strict actions against all the people involved in this very case and arrested them immediately after the stabbing incident took place. We are right now showing you the live pictures from the same locality, from the same area where riots had basically, the clashes had basically broken out, and after which we saw as to how stabbing of a man took place. If you talk about that particular person, he is still admitted in hospital and is being treated by the doctors there. Today, the senior BJP leaders like BL Santosh, K.S. Ishwarappa, Raghavendra, they all had gone to hospital to meet that particular person, and they are telling us after meeting him, they told us that his situation is improving day by day. At the same time, we also spoke to Raghavendra, who is also son of a former Chief Minister of Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa, and he is also MP from Shimoga. He told us that he also believes that PFI should be banned. So there are certain things on which the authorities are right now focusing. Here we are getting the pictures of flag march which is being done by the RAF personnel, and the senior police officers are leading that entire march. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation is further going to take place. So far, Abhishek, 4 people who are being seen as the main accused, they have been arrested, and the police are telling us that they continue to investigate the entire case. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details of investigation in Shimoga case. Stay tuned for more updates.
According to a statement by the European Commission, it said as several European countries endure high temperatures and a lack of rain, Europe could be facing its worst drought in 500 years. It also further stated that a definite answer for the same cannot be given at the moment. But according to current data presented, it looks like it might take a bad shape, even worse than 2018. As of now, the drought that the country is experiencing is affecting agriculture, forcing water restrictions and causing wildfires. United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president. And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the chief, is also scheduled to visit Odessa and Istanbul to see one of the ports involved in the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Joint Coordination Center set up to implement it. Peru records the highest number of monkeypox patients in Latin America and the second highest in South America, according to Peru's Medical Association. Infectiologists in the country have begun to draw hypotheses to find the reasons for the rapid expansion of the virus.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है, हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक। तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहाँ पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 to 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of an active terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection.
All right, breaking news development coming in from Delhi now. Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has recommended action against an IAS officer, Udit Prakash Rai, for extending undue favors on his last day in office. The action is against Rai, who's 2007 batch Agmut Kader IAS officer, and it is for indulging in misconduct while performing official duty. The Lieutenant Governor has made this recommendation to the MHA, which is Ministry of Home Affairs, on the basis of substantiated recommendation made by the CBI. So, on the recommendation of the CBI, another action taking place in Delhi by the Lieutenant Governor, where an officer who allegedly took bribe of rupees 50 lakhs for extending undue favors, and that's been a recommendation by the CBI. Now the LG asking for action being taken against for action to be taken against him by the Ministry of Home Affairs. That's breaking news development coming in.
So we are getting the live pictures coming in from Shimoga, where we can clearly see as to how RF is taking out this flag march to instill a sense of security, sense of confidence among the people after the kind of stabbing incident which took place in the district. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as police takes out this flag march in Shimoga.
All right, again back to the breaking news development of Delhi LG recommending action against IAS officer Udit Prakash Rai, who is alleged to have taken a bribe of rupees 50 lakh for extending undue favors to an executive engineer of the Delhi Agriculture Marketing Board by diluting punishment against him in 2 cases of corruption. A complaint in this regard was lodged with the MHA by one J.S. Sharma in February 2020. And now Udit Prakash, who was then vice chairman of the Delhi Agriculture Marketing Board, let off the charged engineer P.S. Meena into disproportionate assets cases. So taking a bribe for condoning a bribe, there's the charge. Udit Prakash condoning the bribe charges against P.S. Meena, and for that taking a bribe. Piyush, who was live with us, joins us for this breaking news development over the phone. Piyush, Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena getting tough. Earlier we had him taking action against 7 officers, including a couple of them IAS officers, and now another IAS officer under radar. In fact, Saxena has recommended to the Ministry of Home Affairs to take action against him based on a CBI report.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek, and we have got the entire letter which we are getting from our sources, top sources in LG office, where they have confirmed to us that LG has recommended this action against IAS officer who took some who made some undue advantages on his last day. I'm also reading from that entire letter which we have accessed. In fact, the sources are telling us that CBI had also recorded these deliberate lapses by Udit Prakash in a letter written to the then Chief Secretary Vijay Dev on 15 September 2021. He has been a blue-eyed boy of Aam Aadmi Party government, indulged in this act as a VC of AIADMK, and has since been holding important position, including that of the Managing Director of DSFMC and DAMB, and later as CEO of Delhi Jal Board, where he worked with Raghav Chadha. What we are also given to understand is that after looking at these deliberate lapses and undue favors, a fit case of corruption, the LG has recommended the MHA to take necessary action against Udit Prakash. The LG has also authorized the Chief Secretary for setting aside the punishment of censure in these cases against Meena and ensure appropriate punishment. That's a big development coming in, where LG has recommended that strong actions must be taken against him, and he should he should also be awarded the strong punishment. This is what LG is recommending to Ministry of Home Affairs. This is certainly going to blow another war of words between Aam Aadmi Party led government, led Delhi government and central government, where once again we can expect Aam Aadmi Party to come out and slam LG for this. Remember that this has been a case about which Aam Aadmi Party has been crying foul and claiming that they are being targeted by BJP-led central government.
Viewers, more breaking news coming in at this point in time. Viewers, this is First on Republic. Massive breaking on the scam in Bengal, viewers. What we are learning is that the CBI has traced and frozen fixed deposits amounting to 16.97 crore rupees, approximately, in name of Anubrato Mandal and family members. This is the big breaking coming in at this point in time, viewers, where what we are learning so far is that CBI has made a big move. And Shravan is joining me on the phone line. Shravan, now we are seeing massive developments in the case. Take us through what we're getting right now. You know, an amount of 16.97 crore is not a small amount. This is a huge, huge amount being frozen.
Absolutely, Shivangi. In fact, First on Republic TV, we can now confirm that Anubrato Mandal, who's been taken into the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation, thereafter, the proceeds of crime, that is basically the money that he's made from cattle smuggling, from illegal cattle smuggling, has now been traced by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, we can confirm that 16.97 crore rupees, that's the amount that has been traced and has been frozen. These are all fixed deposits which was in the name of Anubrato Mandal and family members. In fact, remember, there was cut money that Anubrato Mandal was actually receiving, number one. Number two, the fact that he was getting this money from the other kingpin in this cattle smuggling, Inamul Haq, the money that he was raising all in the name of providing security and patronage in the name of the administration of West Bengal. That's the allegation that has been leveled against Anubrato Mandal. In fact, the money that he made was a large part of it was utilized for various activities, but some of it, the Central Bureau of Investigation says that the suspect was used by the family members. In fact, about 16.97 crore, almost 17 crore rupees, was in fixed deposits which were in the name of Anubrato Mandal as well as his family members.
Well, Shravan, this is definitely a big development coming in, and we also are hearing some time back that the case is moving forward. Transactions in the cattle smuggling scam have been the focus of the CBI, where several bank accounts belonging to Anubrato Mandal's daughter were used for these transactions. Shravan, take us through those details as well.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, at this point in time, not very sure in terms of where else was the money really diverted. Because remember, it's still within in the investigation, the purview of the investigation. But having said that, what the CBI has been able to do so is that they've been able to identify, along with Anubrato Mandal, who are the other beneficiaries as far as the proceeds of crime is concerned. In fact, they say that there are other family members, including his daughters and also his wife, who have basically now come under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation, because they believe that large part of the money that they made was basically being utilized by the family members themselves.
Right, Shravan. Also, you know, we have been seeing that this case is taking many twists and turns. A big, huge pressure on the West Bengal government coming in as well. After this big lead you've got right now, Shravan, what do you think we can expect next in the case?
Well, in fact, as far as the future course of action is concerned, Shivangi, all those who have basically benefited from the proceeds of crime, which would be family members, they would also come under the scanner. Secondly, who else was also working along with Anubrato Mondal? They are also going to come under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Whether we are expecting more arrests in that case, that perhaps is going to take a little bit more time. But it does appear that some of these scams that you're looking at, one, the illegal cattle smuggling, second, the teachers' recruitment scam, there appears to be some sort of a connection that is emerging at this point in time. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation has made up its mind to question Anubrato Mondal's daughter. In fact, you had the CBI team earlier in the day reaching Anubrato Mondal's residence, and thereafter the questioning took place.
Right. So, Shravan, just a short while back, we were getting some big updates from Republic Bangla, where the daughter, Anubrato Mondal's daughter, is apparently connected to the recruitment scam as well. There seems to be a web there in West Bengal. Help us decode, how do you think that these two scams could be connected at this point of time, Shravan?
Well, as far as the connection that is concerned, Shivangi, what can actually happen right now is that with the Central Bureau of Investigation also looking into the teachers' recruitment scam, there is a high possibility that they would be looking whether at all the money was being interchanged from the money that was made during the recruitment scam, as well as the money that was being made for the illegal cattle smuggling. Now, if you take a look at what is happening in the illegal cattle smuggling case, there is the entire area in Birbhum district was largely controlled by Anubrato Mondal as well as his henchmen. In fact, you've had Saigal Hussain, who is the bodyguard of Anubrato Mondal, who is actually the go-to person as far as providing protection to the cattle transporters. So for these cattle transporters, all that they had to do is provide the money to Anubrato Mondal. In fact, we are given to understand that it was Hussain who was getting all the money on behalf of Anubrato Mondal. He was collecting it, and not just in what we are being told in Birbhum district, but also in Murshidabad. Also in Murshidabad, that it was the money was being taken, is what we are being told.
Right. And Shravan, I would like you if you could talk a little bit about the pressure that is on the West Bengal government, because Anubrato Mondal was a TMC heavyweight, very close to the chief minister there. How do you think is the ramification going to play out there for the West Bengal government right now? Because many leads coming in. The latest one, of course, is that assets worth 16 crore plus have been traced and frozen.
Well, the response being one, that you've already seen that Mamata Banerjee has been put on the mat right now, simply because of the fact that you've had some of the senior most members of her party being questioned by multiple agencies. You've had Partho Chatterjee, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Anubrato Mondal, however, does not hold any official position as such. He's not an elected representative. But having said that, he's a heavyweight from Birbhum district. For Anubrato Mondal to be arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation only embarrasses the party. Now, talking about the recoveries. Now, if you look at the recoveries that have been made by the agencies in two different cases. One is the teachers recruitment scam. You've had about over 50 crore rupees. That's the amount that you're looking at in terms of the proceeds of crime. If you take a look at what's happening right now in the illegal cattle smuggling case, 16 to 17 crore rupees that we're talking about is just the tip of the iceberg, because there have been assets that they have that have come under the scanner.
In fact, the properties that have been built from the proceeds of crime, all of that has now been that have come under the scanner. In the days to come, the number is only going to swell, because the period that you're really looking at when the cattle smuggling was going on, it was not for a brief period of time. It was for several years put together, and several people were actually involved, including BSF and custom officials. In fact, some of them have already been charge sheeted by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Then you've had people like Inamul Haq and Vinay and Vikas Mishra. They have also come under the scanner. One of the brothers, the Mishra brothers, has already been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. So the political link is only emerging at this point in time. Who was really benefiting out of it? Because if you really look at Anubrata Mondal's role, the CBI is categorically pointing out at one direction, that all of this Anubrata was basically doing with the promise that there would be protection that would be provided by the police, the West Bengal police, as well as the administration. That is the reason why Bureau of Investigation has been saying that this money that he was collecting was for the protection and the patronage that one would receive from the administration of West Bengal. That's the claim that the Central Bureau of Investigation has made. Trinamool Congress, on the other hand, has basically hit out at the agencies. One saying that these are not as kind of a, there is no time frame to these particular investigation. Secondly, these are agencies which have become now a tool of the central by the central government. Third, essentially saying that the Bharatiya Janata Party has basically faced a humiliating defeat in West Bengal, and that is the reason why they're using these investigative agencies. But having said that, they've not really come out in the open to defend Partho Chatterjee, or for that matter Anubrata Mondal, because it is becoming extremely uncomfortable for the party to try and defend these alleged corrupt people, simply because of the fact that there have been recoveries that have been made, and it is for the people to see already, and that is the reason why perhaps the party finds itself in a very embarrassing position. Let me also bring in my colleague Mayuk, who's joining us on this broadcast. Mayuk, Republic Bangla.
It's a massive development that we are getting in from our network, and most importantly, we have seen in the morning, what we have seen is that the CBI team in Bolpur, we are getting the visuals as well. CBI team in Bolpur, they went to Bank of India in Bolpur. That's the branch where Anubrata Mondal used to have an account, and there the CBI officers, they went there, they asked for the details of Anubrata Mondal and his PAN card, the bank accounts connected to his PAN card, and then after doing an extensive research and doing a homework, they finally froze what you're breaking right now. They seized this 16 crore 97 lakh rupees, and more number of people. What we are getting in from this development is that more number of family members of Anubrata Mondal, they are under the scanner. 10 members, they have also been identified who can be part of the recruitment scam as well. So Anubrata Mondal's coal and the cattle smuggling case can be connected with the recruitment scam as well. The lawyer in Kolkata High Court today said that one of the lawyers from the SSC scam, Firdaus Shamim, he has said that Anubrata Mondal's daughter can also be involved in the recruitment scam. Anubrata Mondal's daughter is also a school teacher, and how Anubrata Mondal's daughter has amassed such a huge amount of money, such crores of rupees, that is also getting under the radar. And most importantly, Anubrata Mondal, his daughter, the family members of Anubrata Mondal, we are going to come back to this story, massive development in Bengal, a scam story, but we are going to take a short break and coming back to this story.
United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric announces Secretary General Antonio Guterres will be in leave to meet with Turkey's president. And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the chief, is also scheduled to visit Odessa and Istanbul to see one of the ports involved in the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Joint Coordination Center set up to implement it. Peru records the highest number of monkeypox patients in Latin America and the second highest in South America, according to Peru's Medical Association. Infectiologists in the country have begun to draw hypotheses to find the reasons for the rapid expansion of the virus.
In Odisha's Bhadrak district, normal life of people has now come to a standstill as floodwater from Baitarani river has inundated several residential areas. The DM of the area was quoted as saying that 3 blocks in Bhadrak district have been affected due to floodwaters. Meanwhile, 80,000 to 90,000 people have been affected in this area.
3 ब्लॉक में अभी पार्टली कुछ पंचायत में बाढ़ का स्थिति है। हमारा धामनगर ब्लॉक, भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक एवं चांदबाली ब्लॉक। तो उस हिसाब से प्रशासन की तरफ से सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए हैं कि जहां पे बोट डिप्लॉयमेंट हो, साइक्लोन जो शेल्टर सेफ शेल्टर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो, ये सारा चीज़ें किया गया है। हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज सारे जीपी जो कट ऑफ हुए हैं वहाँ पे है। कॉन्स्टेंटली हम पीआरआई मेंबर्स के टच में भी है। अराउंड हम बोल सकते हैं कि 80,000 टू 90,000 लोग अफेक्ट हुए हैं जितना वो जीपीज़ में रहते हैं। बट अभी तक पूरा स्मूथ सारी चीज़ें कैसे रहते हैं उसका प्रशासन इंश्योर कर रहा है।
As part of massive manhunt launched for the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar, hideout of inactive terrorist Adil Wani has now been busted by the State Forest Service officers in Shopian. CBI to most likely question Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal in connection with a cattle smuggling case. According to sources, it is highly likely that the interrogation may take place today itself, as a team has already been moved to Bolpur in midnight in the cattle smuggling case. The CBI has come across
Big breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court, where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA bans India.
Viewers, it is first on Republic, the top story. What's happening in West Bengal? That big scam, their cattle smuggling scam. Now what we are learning is CBI has traced and frozen fixed deposits amounting to 16.97 crore rupees approximately. Name of Anubrata Mondal and family members. So a big network being suspected there, not just Anubrata Mondal, but many others from his family are suspected to be part of this scam. This is the mega breaking for you right now. And we're talking about the West Bengal cattle smuggling racket in which
ये कम समय में आप लोगों को निवेदन किया गया इस प्रेस वार्ता में सम्मिलित होने के लिए। इसकी एक वजह ये है, ये प्रेस वार्ता बड़े अहम बिंदु पे हो रही है और ये मुद्दा है जो रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, किस तरह से वो भारत की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा हैं और उस पे अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी राष्ट्र सुरक्षा को ताक पर रखकर तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है। इस प्रेस वार्ता से कुछ समय पहले ऐसी समाचार रिपोर्ट आई जिसमें जो तथ्य थे वो जनता को गुमराह करने के लिए थे और उसका स्पष्टीकरण जो गृह मंत्रालय से आया है, सबसे पहले मैं वो आपके समक्ष रखना चाहूंगा। ये एक 29 जुलाई को एक मीटिंग करते हैं जिसकी अध्यक्षता दिल्ली के चीफ सेक्रेटरी करते हैं। और गजब की बात यह है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति है, उसमें इनको दिल्ली वासियों की चिंता नहीं है। इनको चिंता है जो रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए आए हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति ऐसी है, ये भी भूल जाते हैं कि अगर भारत के अंदर कोई घुसपैठिया आता है, जो इलीगल माइग्रेंट्स आते हैं, मोदी जी की सरकार की बिल्कुल स्पष्ट नीति रही है कि राष्ट्र सुरक्षा से कोई समझौता नहीं होगा। ये लोग हमारी देश की अखंडता के लिए खतरा है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, हमारे देश का कानून यह कहता है कि इनको डिपोर्ट किया जाएगा, और ये ज्यूरिसडिक्शन जो है, संविधान ये क्षेत्राधिकार गृह मंत्रालय और होम मिनिस्ट्री का देता है। तो ऐसा क्यों है कि ये 29 जुलाई को जो बैठक होती है, इस बैठक में दिल्ली के चीफ सेक्रेटरी अध्यक्षता करते हैं और जल्दबाजी में, आनन फानन में एक फैसला करते हैं कि इन सभी घुसपैठियों को EWS के जो घर बन रहे हैं उसमें शिफ्ट किया जाएगा। और मेरे हाथ में ये जो बैठक हुई है उसके मिनट्स हैं। चिंता की बात यह है कि इस मीटिंग का जो सार है, किस वजह से ये मीटिंग बुलाई, ये कहता है डिस्कस द शिफ्टिंग ऑफ रोहिंग्यास फ्रॉम कंचन कुंज मदनपुर खादर टू एप्रोप्रिएट लोकेशन। और जल्दबाजी और चिंता घुसपैठियों की ऐसी कि कहते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द इन मकानों को, घरों को तैयार करके वहां रोहिंग्या को भेजेंगे और ये सुनिश्चित करें कि यहां पे फंक्शनल टॉयलेट होंगे, बोरवेल होगा। तो जैसे ही ये खबर कुछ माध्यम में इस तरह से सामने आई कि अरविंद केजरीवाल फिर से अपनी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करने से बाज नहीं आएंगे, तुरंत गृह मंत्रालय की तरफ से स्पष्टीकरण आया, जो मैं आपके समक्ष रख के फिर अपनी बात को आगे बढ़ाऊंगा, और यह बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। गृह मंत्रालय ने सबसे पहली बात स्पष्ट कर दिया है, MHA has not given any directions to provide EWS flats to Rohingya illegal migrants। जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनको MHA की तरफ से ऐसा कोई निर्देश दिल्ली सरकार को नहीं दिया गया कि EWS के मकान में उन्हें शिफ्ट किया जाएगा। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, MHA ने जिस तरह की जल्दबाजी की जा रही थी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करने के लिए, यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया है और निर्देशित किया है केजरीवाल सरकार को कि जो उनका अभिस्थान है वो जहां पर हैं वहीं पे रहेंगे. Status quo will be maintained and they will not be shifted anywhere. And this is the direction. बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात एक और है जो ये स्पष्ट कर देती है कि केंद्र सरकार की नीति है, सबसे पहले राष्ट्र सुरक्षा पे कोई समझौता नहीं, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, जो देश के साधन है वो देश के नागरिकों के लिए हैं, घुसपैठियों के लिए नहीं है. और इसी बात को स्पष्ट करते हुए जो गृह मंत्रालय की तरफ से ट्वीट है, मैं उसमें जो लिखा है वो आपके समक्ष रख दूं. MHA has directed the GNCTD to ensure that the Rohingya illegal foreigners will continue at the present location, as MHA has already taken up the matter of their deportation with the concerned country through MEA. ये बहुत अहम बिंदु है. जल्दबाजी में, आनन फानन में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हुए जो देश के नागरिकों के लिए साधन है, जो दिल्ली वासियों के लिए साधन है, उसको घुसपैठियों को देना चाहते हैं. और केंद्र सरकार स्पष्ट कर रही है कि ये घुसपैठिए हैं, इन्होंने देश का कानून तोड़ा है. और हमारा विदेश मंत्रालय जहां से ये घुसपैठिए आए हैं उस देश से बातचीत कर रहा है और इनको देश से कानून संगत तरीके से निकाला जाएगा. ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. अब ये निर्देश आने के बाद अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आप ये जो जितने घुसपैठिए हैं इनको कहीं और नहीं ले जा सकते हैं. और उम्मीद ये की जा सकती है कि संविधान की शपथ लेने वाले अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अपने कर्तव्यों का निर्वाह करेंगे और देश की सुरक्षा के साथ कोई छेड़छाड़ नहीं करेंगे. यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का हाथ घुसपैठियों के साथ, दिल्ली वासियों के साथ नहीं, घुसपैठियों के साथ. और एक बात और जो निकल के आती है जो बहुत चिंताजनक है, ये जो घुसपैठिए हमारे देश में आए हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मजबूत सरकार आने से पहले की जो सरकारें हैं उनको सर्वोच्च न्यायालय फटकार लगाता था, कहता था इन घुसपैठियों को आप वापस क्यों नहीं भेज रहे. पिछली सरकारों की ना नीयत साफ थी ना नीति साफ थी, जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की नहीं है. और वो लोग घुसपैठियों का भी धर्म ढूंढ लेते थे. उनको लगता था भविष्य में ये हमें मजबूत करेंगे. बदलाव ये आया, एक मजबूत सरकार, स्पष्ट नीति जिसने कहा राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सर्वोपरि है और देश के संसाधनों पे हक है तो केवल भारतीयों का है. मुझे यह कहते हुए दुख भी हो रहा है और हर नागरिक की तरह चिंता भी हो रही है. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जहां पे ये घुसपैठिए हैं रोहिंग्या, ये आपकी सरकार का कर्तव्य था, जिम्मेदारी थी कि आप इसको डिटेंशन सेंटर घोषित करें कानून के तहत, लेकिन आपने ऐसा नहीं किया. तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी
Starting this edition
Ashraf, this is exclusive with that big breaking news that came in first on Republic. Trinamool Congress leader Onubroto Mondal, who's now in the custody of Central Bureau of Investigation, his assets have been frozen by the CBI. We are given to understand 17 crore rupees in the form of fixed deposits have been frozen by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This after he was taken into custody by the CBI. Details that are emerging: one, these are fixed deposits not only in the name of Onubroto Mondal but also his family members. Second, proceeds of crime have now been traced by the CBI. Large part of the money was being utilized not just by Onubroto Mondal but his family members also. Let's put this into perspective, and then we'll also bring in my colleagues from the Republic Bangla newsroom to break it down, that big exclusive that we are getting. In fact, we'll also be getting more details with regards to the bank, which are the banks in which these fixed deposits were kept, and secondly, who were the beneficiaries, because it turns out that Saikal Hussain, who was taken into custody of the CBI, Saikal Hussain, bodyguard of Onubroto Mondal, who's named Onubroto Mondal, and has also said that the money that he was collecting from the cattle transporters was being given to Onubroto Mondal. And that money, Onubroto Mondal was putting it in fixed deposits. Not just that, there is a high possibility that the money could have been diverted in buying certain other assets, which is now being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So what do we know so far? 17 crore rupees in the form of fixed deposits that has now been frozen by the CBI. These fixed deposits were not only in the name of Onubroto Mondal but his family members. In fact, his daughter is now going to be called in for questioning by the CBI. Earlier in the day, the CBI team had actually reached what we are given to understand in Birbhum. I'll bring in Moyuk, as I'm also getting a call from one of my sources. We'll pick up more details. Moyuk, if you are there, if I can come across to you, we're getting in some more details. I want you to take over, and we'll in fact try and go across to Moyuk. As I'm getting in more details, we'll go across to some of our reporters in the Republic newsroom, Bangla newsroom, as I'm getting in some more details as we speak right now. There's more breaking news that's coming in, so I'll also request my producers to call in someone so that we can take forward. There are more details that is emerging, details with regards to what we are being told. In fact, details of the assets that have been frozen. Big details coming in. In fact, viewers, stay tuned, because we are going to, in a short while, in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to come back with some more breaking news with regards to Onubroto Mondal. I'm being told there is more that's coming in. Who are the people who were involved?